OG_Biggie_T just subscribed for 50 months.
We're going.
If it works, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
It's not worked. We have no cameras.
It's not worked. I'll tell you, I know exactly why it's not worked.
Why?
Why? Boop. And does it work now?
Yeah, betray us.
There you go. Hi, everybody. Hey. It's us. It's the Wednesday lot. There we go. We're back after a small break. Forgive us for being a little bit late. We're arguing about the things. Anyway, go on, Biggie. I'm trying to light incense and make a brew. What happened last time, Biggie? Regale us with a tale.
We started off, we were in the middle of a sandstorm, and we rode that out with a few spells from Scath. And after the sandstorm passed, we decided to start making our way to the tree as quick as possible. But we stopped because we found a very broken down cart and a very dead ox. Couldn't find the driver, and his friend had ran off into the desert, so hopefully they're alive. Chances are not. But so then we decided to, I think we camped there that night and then moved on in the morning. The next day, after some travel, we came across the shrine to Orthus, which there were some more freaky fellas doing not so good ritualistic stuff to the shrine. So, being the decent people we were, we decided to intervene. That could have gone really wrong. That hurt. But we prevailed. Found out they were... What are you doing?
Just wafted a bit of incense for the
blessing
room.
the room.
Blessing the session, mate. Blessing the session.
There's damn dirty demons everywhere.
That smells fucking luscious. Carry on.
But we dispatched of the two main not cultists and their risen minions. And when the two main ones died, they had some sort of slithering chain-like things crawl out from their bodies and bury into the sand. That can't be good, but didn't really think much of it at the time. So we decided to continue on. Camped one more night out in the dunes, which was uneventful. Though during the watch that night, Jin swore he could have seen another shadow of his father out at a distance. Not sure if it was a mirage or not. But the rest of the night was peaceful. Nothing happened. The next day, made it to the Great Tree! Yay! Had a look around. There's all sorts of different camps to each of the gods, and representatives are everywhere. Lots of colour. Very nice area. And then we went up to the main temple itself, and wow, the description is incredible. Massive, built into the great tree, just stunning. Azura was just in awe of everything. And that is where we got introduced to the first of the paladins who were talking to their own followers at the time. And we saw Soraya, the paladin of Kerecekian, a very impressive looking. Yep, there we go. Orc, half orc. I can't remember. Orc.
Mommy.
Yeah, very impressive, imposing orc mummy. Who Zafurda had met before and was good friends with, and she was just like almost giving a short sermon to her followers and just bade us to wait until that had finished, and then went up, and there was some conversation about what was going on, and that the notable absence of the Orthus paladin. We'd seen the others, Denala of Avia, and I think, Elven, High Elven.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was also the Dwarven paladin of Wunt, Veta, who was less than awake, it seemed at the time. He was didn't have much to do, shall we say, compared to the others. Soraya had noted that and told the group that with everything that was going on with Orthus, their followers were less than, how can we put it? They're struggling at the moment, and there's something going on in the lower chambers in the temple, and with an area that's been blocked off, chains and vines, and no one can seem to get through because it's blocked off by a stone of orange glowing something. Can't quite remember what it was, but whenever they try to remove it, they end up getting hurt. And there's also someone trapped inside, which I can't believe if they actually said it was the paladin or who was ill in his chambers.
Yeah, the paladins. It was an Orthus followers down beyond the chains, and the paladin of Orthus is under the weather, fighting some inner demons. So he is.
They're just rude.
So it was then that we offered our help, and they were acceptive of any help they could get right now. We were also approached by some of the Orthus followers who were a bit snippy.
You're rude.
That. I was being polite. They weren't too pleased, and just generally not happy. Scath went to see the Avia paladin, and she was a little bit in awe of his dedication to the cause and his gold symbol that was now a permanent addition to his arm, saying that there are easier ways of doing it, not that he had a choice. But we were then offered that we could have quarters at the temple if we wanted them, which we accepted. And the last bit of information we were given, which was bombshell cliffhanger, there is someone in the Wunt camps at the moment who has great interest of our lovely hobgoblin friend. It turns out that his father may be residing in the camps, and what will happen next? Let's find out, shall we?
Indeedy reedy. Thank you, Big La. You are led to the back of the great tree, past some Orthian followers who move to give you a bit of a space. Trying not to be rude, but being obviously preoccupied and frustrated. The back of the great tree bark comes and splits. It seems naturally formed, whether it was always there or whether it was cleverly carved, who knows. But it's very dimly lit on the inside, not so dark that you can't see, but rather than light a load of fire sconces inside a tree, let's, you know. You are led down some part natural, part built stairs. Saphira, you'd recognise this area. You know that you go down. There's a couple of separate sections deeper within the tree and into the rock below that the tree is formed and grown upon. You know, there's some areas that are given to tutelage. There are private spaces for worship. Separate sections, conjoined sections. There's areas for whatever people need to achieve. As you are led further down, you know that the next floor contains the living quarters, the resting quarters. And whilst a lot of it is bunk-based, a sight that almost flashes of familiarity to you all as you walk in and have a flash of reminiscence on the old bunkhouse, the guardhouse in Salgard. You've bunked up a la hostel style in the past, but there are some separate rooms, as you know, that are usually dedicated to VIPs, honoured guests. And as you are led further down, Denala gestures. You have been offered individual quarters, should you require them.
I'll side-eye Zeph.
That is generous. I know that space is somewhat limited. If it's no trouble, we'll gladly accept.
Absolutely not. Of course, you're here for an important reason. And you are, of course, important here, Saphira. She kind of gestures towards the back rooms. As you are walking through, you notice off to one side there are some of the bunks that have been pushed together. One or two of them have been moved to one side, out of place, to find space at the back, where you can see a small group of Orthus followers are gathered. They all appear to be stood over a body lying on a bed. Simple black robe, loose, thinner than the usual black robes you're used to seeing on the Orthus followers. You imagine it's probably more of a dress down than a full vestment. Give me perception checks, everybody.
Good start, 17.
Get my dice.
I mean, that was a good start. Natural 20 for 26.
So I didn't roll a natural 20. I did roll a 19.
32.
Which is it feels weird saying this, a dirty 30.
Dirty 30?
Dirty 30.
It's not a natural 30, it's a dirty one.
The dirty 30.
I feel bad now. 11.
11. I mean, Azora's just vibing. He's all struck.
Azora's still like,
yeah, wow. And
wow.
it smells very incensey down here. You know, there's some kind of medicines in the air. There's herbs, there's light smoke, not so much as to form a haze down here, but it's
Smoking herbs down here.
it's
They have the good stuff down here.
Yo.
yeah.
See why you're liking
Yeah.
it.
As
The good.
as your eyes are all directed over to the corner, Denala kind of doesn't gesture stop you all, but kind of slows her pace and stops and gives you all a look, and then subtly gestures over to the corner. It's Keres. He's we didn't want to keep him in his own quarters. We wanted, whilst of course privacy is important, I feel allowing his followers to visit and to help is important. You also see another figure who is stood over. With your perception checks, you can see that the figure is an orc. But if we just hold a moment or two, bear with.
Very.
Wait.
I don't
Wait.
remember making a Hero
Wait.
Forge model for that.
Just give us a second.
Hey, what's going on?
Something better than me.
Don't give up your day jobs.
Not planning on.
My dogs have literally just dropped down there and he's singing. It's all right, dogs. Stop singing.
I figured. Like pause over ears.
They just can't hear frequencies. They can hear frequencies we can't. Hello.
Oh
No.
Oh yeah.
This time. Uh oh.
Oh,
Hey, Hope.
Hello.
all right, you beautiful bastard.
The young one set the fire alarm off. So
Oh, no.
So you were like,
I was like, hop in.
I was like,
There's a fire.
AD?
in the distance under the tree, you hear that
Beep,
high
beep, beep,
pitched
beep.
noise. Yeah. Oh, nightmare.
So,
Hello, nerds. There's a lot of the same haircut here. I think Lucy and Niall should shave their heads.
stood amongst the Orthus followers, kind of nervously anticipating word, you see another figure. If you would like to give us a bit of a description, AD, of what they see.
Standing 25 feet tall. So,
How do you fit down here?
it's a big tree. Before you, clearly an orcish chap. Really long, thick, almost got a dwarven aesthetic about them. The way they braided their beard and their hairs in that thick sort of dreadlocky braids at the back. Olivey green skin, big thick tusks, but you'd think they were cosplaying a dwarf the way they've set about their attire. Big pauldrons, leather and fur sitting on their shoulders, obviously. Scale mail that seems to be every piece of leather's backed by a thick piece of metal, giving them a kind of a wide stance. They're about average height, so 5'10" maybe. They're not like a dooming figure of barbarianness. I know, shocking as that may be. Resting beside them is a large hammer that you'd expect them to wield in one hand. Really nice polished striking surface, and a thick shield that gives them. They wear the gold and yellows and beige colours and the whites of the Life Mother, and they seem to be. Where was that, Pidge, when you said?
Yeah, so down, in the living quarters, separated a few bunks to give you a bit of space. You are stood over Keres, the paladin of Orthus.
I suppose in my role, I would be it looks as though I'm paying more attention to Keris than some of the others in a caring sort of maternal, paternal way. I seem to be showing Keris a lot more care than those. Almost like I am head surgeon. Just don't let me perform surgery.
Dr. House, hello?
Dr. House.
And I've got a limp.
Just one guy trying to figure out how to help Karis. He's just like, you haven't figured it out, get out.
Yeah.
Donala gestures
Fired.
over to the corner. Says that is Garvin. He's one of our tree guard. He's also very particular with his medical efforts. He's been leading the charge so far on, well, trying to figure out whatever is wrong with Keris. Garvin, she calls over.
I walk over very stood to attention, sort of. His name marches across. Yes, my lady.
Forgive me for interrupting. I wanted to speak to you anyway about if there's any news or any updates you can give us regarding Keris' situation. But of course, I think it pertinent for our new guests to, for you to meet them, familiarise yourself perhaps, and, to update them as well. I think they're going to have an invested interest in what's happening at the tree.
Certainly. Looks at all four of you there.
Yeah.
I was otherwise engaged with a small fire in a house. Pleased to meet you. Just puts his hand out. He's got a big beaming smile. The tusks kind of stick up. A big orcish hand. He didn't bring the hammer or the shield with him. Just left it by the bedside, out the way. May the Life Mother bless you. Just holds their hand out to whoever will take it first.
I will take it.
Ooh.
I will take
Me. Mine.
Shakes.
I'm Zafira. Nice to meet you.
Life Mother bless you. Pleased to meet you, Zafira. Oh.
Chosen Jin.
Does an awkward mimic of the fist and the bow for yourself. Life Mother bless you.
Gaff. May it
Scaff.
be a pleasure.
And you. Gives a nod.
Step forward with your hand. I am Zazura. It's an honour.
It's a good grip. An honour.
You
Life
notice,
Mother
Garvin, on Scath's forearm and wrist, a very familiar holy symbol, but rather than one normally found adorned around a neck, you can see that it is gold inlaid into his forearm itself.
Into the flesh.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Blessing from the mother.
I'll roll up my sleeve of my robe, and you can see on my forearm, it's like almost like the Polynesian sort of Maui eat your heart out version of the holy symbol around my forearm, but it is ink. There is definitely it's like when you use the glow in the dark ink, it's got a kind of a pale colouring to it, so stands out more than a normal tattoo. Just happily displays it and then rolls my sleeve back down.
Tanala stood there, smiling. Well, please, is there any news? Is there any change?
None to report other than before. I'm just trying to get rid of the flickering after the fire in the house.
It's still going behind the computer.
Yeah. It seems to be deeper than the divine magics we've cast over them so far. I'm not sure it's a physical wound and more. Well, deeper.
Okay.
What's wrong with him? We've encountered fallen followers of Orphus, so to say. Feel
I've
he's
encountered.
slipping away.
To definitely on the edge, but we can't work out if they're walking towards the edge or being pulled. It's been a strange couple of days.
That it has. Garvan, I'm going to show our guests to their quarters. If you're going to be around, I'm happy to take over if you want to show the others around the tree or discuss matters further. But I didn't want to rush into anything, but I think we should also at least show them the routes.
Definitely. I've already given tasks to the acolytes. They'll take care of any chores. So that frees up my time to do as you need me to do.
Okay. Well, feel free to come with. She starts to walk towards the opposite side of the room, leaving the author's followers to gather in. And they've got like damp cloths and they're just keeping his brow cool. He's sweating, but you can tell it's that kind of, it's not hot down here, but he's sweating and he's got a lighter robe. It's like feverish, but he's just seems to be fever sleeping. She leads you over to the other side of the quarters, and there are simple rooms there. Classic Holiday Inn size hotel room style. There's a bed, there's a dresser, there's simple amenities. Certainly more than, it offers the privacy of more than just the bunk room-esque space. Each room's big enough to have a double bed though, at least. Enough space for everybody. Feel free to make yourselves at home if you want to leave any equipment or, of course, I'm sure you've travelled far. You're welcome to carry with you anything that you require, of course. But rest easy, these will be your rooms, so to speak, for as long as you need them.
I appreciate the gesture, thank you.
You're welcome. Once you've settled in, I shall await nearby, and when you're ready, we will head down and I will show you the routes. She gives a nod and takes a few steps, just gives Garvan a light pat on the shoulder. Leaves you some space.
I will stand with her, not walking into everybody's rooms, checking the bed. This one's quite comfy.
Just making sure everything's good in here. Are there any fires? No.
The small children setting fire to anything?
Good.
This porridge is cold.
Yeah.
I'll go in the room first, Gaff. I'll effectively put all his stuff down, apart from like his components for spells he needs, and like his couple of his bow, arrows, and short sword at the back of his back.
Cool. On the dresser. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I'll side-eye Zeph again and look at a room.
I mean, it's not even a question.
I'll start walking to the room.
It'll also take up less space.
Can I insight check that?
Yeah. Give me an insight check.
We're thinking economically here. The safest room for someone else.
Sure.
Scaff ain't gonna sleep.
How do you do this again?
The wall start banging the wall, see how thin they are. Like,
Damn.
Oh, I think I got a new spell.
Can I get a sound check?
There's a bit of rhythm to this.
I've got a new spell. It's all right. I'm happy.
Okay, good.
I've got the blindness, deafness spell. So
blindness, deafness. I'm going to sleep.
Fuck you, journaling. I'm going to sleep.
So what was your insight?
No.
12.
12. I mean, you've seen people who are quite clearly couples before. It was a side eye glance, but
backstory.
Yeah. They go into the same room.
That's it. That's me. Yeah.
I go and try and find a room on the other side of the hall.
Unfortunately, there is just those 4 rooms, so it's kind of, because it's a tree. It's not a designated hall like with rooms. The trees, walls are all natural more than anything. So they're almost like cubby rooms built into sections of the route. So you could arguably go to the furthest one away, but it's still on that side of the tree at least.
Used to it now. I'll just take out the next room.
As you all go into the rooms, you notice on the dresser there is a kind of relatively simple but all of their own like iron key, which 2 and 2 together would be the key for that room. So if you feel the need to lock it, you absolutely can.
I'll leave the key.
Put my backpack down.
We're in the holiest of places in all of Kerecekian, so hopefully not will get stolen. And all the important stuff is already on me, so...
There are no thieves around here.
That's what a thief would said.
That just means that there are very good thieves around here.
They all work for me.
Yeah. The head of the tree guard.
Yeah.
Just walk back out of my room, lock it, and go and meet up with others. But as I'm walking, will be watching the Orthus followers as they're around their paladin.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
No. 8.
I mean, 8. Even with an 8, you look over and there's 4 of them. 2 of them's kind of stood back a bit. Hands, like one's got the hands clasped, one's got the hands over their eyes, which you know is the Orthus mark of respect and the greeting. One of them's at the front, kind of sat on a stool. He's just got a damp cloth and he keeps wring the cloth out a bit. Dab the forehead just incrementally. But they're all just sat there. They're not paying like any attention to anyone. Even when Denala called for Garvan and he left, like none of them turned, none of them said anything to Garvan. They're just focused on Keres. You all leave your gear in your rooms as required.
Oh, most of them.
Yeah, well, yeah, the gear that you want to leave at least. Scaff, you said you didn't lock your room?
Mm-hmm. I'll shut the door, but not locking it.
Okay, did you
lock it?
Did you bring the key? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good, because you just locked the key in the room. No, I'm joking. They're auto-locking.
It falls into the lock.
Oh, God damn it. Yeah, you come out of your rooms. Denala smiles. And then her smile kind of lessens a bit from a actual smile into a clearly false smile. She looks towards the opposite end of the like the back of the room where it went. You came down at the communal areas, the tutelage. You came down again, and then it goes down once more. Dark, completely unilluminated. She kind of holds out her hand and rubs her hands together, looks down, looks at Garvan. Please, if you don't mind. She leads you all to the opening at the back. You go down a set of stairs that are slightly steeper than before, and the almost naturally carved wooden stairs give way into a more natural rock. As you head deeper down, Zephyra, you'd know this would be the the route down to the roots. Not many people generally go down there, whilst in the past, or certainly you'd recall that they were open. You know, they're not like off limits, but give me a history check.
Okay.
All of us?
Just
17.
Saphira as she heads down. 17.
I've been here before, you haven't.
Yeah, I've been here before. Yeah, with the 17, I think she someone mentioned it up above, but just as you're thinking about it again, perhaps that reminder refreshes. Whilst no one really goes down into the roots, you'd recall that there are some inhabitants below.
Yes.
The Driders and some of the root guardians. Not Driders, Dryads. Sorry, Driders are the spider bastards. Yeah, that's completely.
Yeah, Driders are like,
Driders I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3. Carnus popped up. Yeah, I had Drider in the end.
Carnus, oh my.
Dryads. Yes. Some natural fey beings and creatures who tend for and care for the roots, keep them hydrated and in good check. But there's not been any word from them since.
Oh no!
You head down. What I will do? Yeah, the Driders.
The Driders.
Let me real quick share my screen.
It's okay. The Driders are just looking for the light.
Yeah. Right, so you guys should be able to see that.
Ooh. Oh, that's Azura. I was like, wait.
What I might have to do is...
Who's the demon? Oh, no.
That's kind of worked out all right. We've not got an additional cam. It's not perfect, but without fucking with everything. Lucy, you might have to move to the side a little bit. Me and Adi will get a bit closer. But without fucking with cameras, yeah. Just so the stream.
Which direction?
You go the other way. Whichever way you're going, go the other way.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, this way. This way. Hello.
Yeah, that's it. Hey. So,
okay.
As you make your way down, for the sake of having it all built, all this space around the side is all rock, and it's not all open plan. It's like wood, roots. There's some open space that gives way, and you can see further down.
Crystals.
But as you come down the stairs, Denala you see she gets a bit tentative, and she stands like behind Garvan, almost like instinctually. She just stands behind him, which you think, she's a paladin. She's shit-hard head of the faith here, but she's still a bit nervous.
I will hold her hand.
Yeah, and she takes your hand and then kind of winces a little bit and then lets go of your hand, and she looks down at her palm and kind of rubs it a little. Passively, you can all see if you pay attention to her mannerisms.
I'm trying to use my hand to block view of what's in her palm.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. So, yeah, you don't see anything then.
I'm just
covers
trying
her
to
hand.
Hide her shame, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. But you see before you, as you get to these rocky plinths, as described, a set of crisscross, gnarly, spiked chains, absolutely taut and rigid. There's no give in them, there's no slack, there's no rattle. They are perfectly taut. And as kind of loosely described, heavy zoom, you can see in the middle there is a dangling, it's kind of, what's a 3D, what's the name of a 3D triangle?
Pyramid.
A pyramid, there you go, yeah.
3D triangle.
Listen.
3D triangle.
Pyramids aren't upside down. I couldn't think of the name. I was thinking Egypt.
Triangle houses.
Triangle houses, that's it. Egypt. So there's an upside down pyramid suspended, and that has got a very, very subtle sway to it. You can tell that if you were to grab it, you could swing it. That's the only bit that's not entirely like rigid. And you can see there is a small orange glow into the middle of it. You can also see on the other side of the chains that, as described, there is also a chap in black robes who's kind of stood by the rock. He's kind of just staring forward, not like looking around, not hiding. He's just stood there, and you've seen enough of them now. You would recognise the robage, at least, or the vestments of an Orthian follower, Orthus follower.
Oh, is the orange the same familiar Kerecekian orange, or is it a different kind of orange?
No, it's not like it's not an orange of Kerecek. It's just a orange glow, like I suppose. Like heated,
like it's hot?
Metal in a forge.
Like heated?
Yeah, that kind of orange. If you all want to give me perception checks, because you'd obviously be able to see further past the chains.
That's better. 23.
15.
23 as well.
18.
Okay. So looking past the chains, you can see basically that it's very natural. There's all these glowing crystals. These rocks make their way down quite a way, and then so obviously this area is walled off. Fog of war? What for? No reason. But it's all like root and rock. And as it gets to the bottom, there's it opens up a little bit, and there's like a mist and some elements of water. And then down here, it kind of, you can't see that far. It just goes completely black. That's about all you can see from up here, at least, anyway. Denala she looks at Garvin and kind of pats his hand. So, as you can see, this is what we've faced thus far. I don't know what the influence is, how strong it is, but any attempts that any of us have made have proved, entirely unfruitful. Any of us that have touched the chains, it's left its mark on all of us. And Keres was the worst afflicted. When he touched the chains, you see him upstairs. Almost immediately went catatonic. He had just enough strength in him to stumble his way back up the stairs before collapsing into his feverish sleeping state.
How long have these chains been manifest?
4 days, give or take.
That kind of coincides when the dragon was...
No, dragon.
How many days since the dragon?
2. Well, no, longer than that now, actually, thinking about it.
You've seen the dragon?
Yes, it's a long story, but there's a huge undead skeletal dragon being controlled by whoever or whatever is controlling the chains that kind of just took off. We don't know where it went.
Since these chains have been manifested, obviously here, has it affected the tree's barrier effectively?
So far, we've not had any issues. We've not had any breaches of the barrier, but it's not as if we have a constant army of unliving trying to break its way in to show us, Those occurrences seem few and far between these days, I think, after Well, as long as the barrier's been up.
Have you been able to identify what that pyramid-shaped thing is?
3D triangle.
It's a 3D triangle, actually.
What's a pyramid?
What's a pyramid?
I've never heard of such a thing before.
Damn, people of Dragon Sight are educated. I come from the mountains, and even I know that.
It could be a mountain instead of a pyramid.
A mountain? Oh,
it's a mountain-shaped object.
We could tell that being near the center, it's exuding a heat, but it's not like the same heat of a forge. There's something to it, you know, and whether it is heating the chains, and that is what she kind of swallows again and looks down at her hand. Whether that is what Mark does, or whether it is the chains influence themselves, we don't know.
What is in this chamber ahead of us for? Why would it be keeping you from passing?
Give me a persuasion check.
Questions that need answered.
Yeah. Denala hesitates for a moment.
Uh, 16, 17.
17. The roots are cared for by the Dryads and the Root Guardians. They tend to the roots, make sure that they are, well, healthy, you know, making sure that the tree can flourish. Forgive me for not being entirely open, as you are all honoured guests, but we are yet to, know you well. She does look at Zafira and kind of smiles a knowing smile that you can tell she's being a bit protective, but, you know.
At the risk of later on regretting not having asked this question, you, as people of the faith, will have most likely attempted many solutions within your specialty. How about just brute force?
She kind of looks at Garvan and looks at you. I don't think brute force has necessarily been attempted yet. But,
I will stand aside as if to clear a path.
You're more than welcome to try, but I would warn. You know, there is quite clearly something unnatural and powerful about these chains.
I agree. It definitely looks like that, but sometimes in my years I've noticed that it's easy to overthink a potential solution. And sometimes whoever you face or your opponent might not necessarily expect a more, the risk of insulting anyone, simple-minded response. Does that make sense?
No, I understand your meaning. Feel free.
What's your plan, Jin?
I was just gonna hit it.
I will try and angle Milady further up, back the way we came. Around 31
Bodyguard.
feet away from the...
think it's
How-
worth
121
eliminating
feet.
the easiest potential solution. Then, if it is indeed locked to more divine or forbid arcane solutions, at least we know to look in that direction rather than. Oh, I don't want
Denala.
to say waste our time, but
Denala steps forward a little. Forgive me, my dear. What would you prefer to be called? By name or title?
Jin will be fine. Outside of my home and the now town or city that I rule, I'm just Jin. Thank you.
Okay, Jin. She holds her hand up next to you, and she will cast Bless. And she will. Fuck it. She gets everyone.
All right.
Nothing pressing to reserve spell slots for in the immediate, I suppose. So yeah, she gives everyone a bless.
No players.
I'll take a position 5 feet away from the pyramid.
Okay, give me a insight check.
Ooh, okay. Insight. I can do that. I'm not good at it, but I can do that.
I got a question for you, Dungeon Master.
12.
Yeah. Yeah, go on, AD.
What's Bless again? A +4, right?
Bless gives you a plus
Or a
D4 on your attacks and
On your
saves.
rolls.
Yeah.
And checks.
Attack roll or saving throw.
Oh, right. So I can't use it on ability checks.
Use it on everything, don't you?
Right? That's what I thought.
No, just an attack roll. Or saving throw.
Attacks and saves, I think it is, yeah. Guidance is ability checks.
Oh, guidance was
Guidance, my question is, young squire, as I'm sure one of the most able people that we are in the tree have done detect magic on this gate, and if we did, what did we get back? Or has no one attempted it in the 4 days we've been here?
Give me history with advantage.
History with it. How do you do that in D&D Beyond? History.
You click on the history button.
Twice. 10.
You can also right-click it and roll with advantage.
Oh,
Or
I
disadvantage.
just rolled it twice.
hell yeah.
18 is the highest one.
18. As you can probably imagine, the magic men aren't as common. Whilst detect magic is available to clerics in
I've got it
one
as
way or
well.
another. Okay, fair enough. You've got it. If you want to have cast detect magic, yes, it's very fucking magical. And does detect magic just give magic and school?
I think it gives you school, yeah. Let me give you that. For the durations, presence of magic, such effects. If you sense such effects, it can take magic. Oh, that's new stuff.
And you learn it School of Magic.
School of Magic, yeah.
The school is conjuration.
Okay. What I don't have is dispel. Maybe I should have got that in the morning.
Okay. Are you committed to attacking this Jin?
I'm certainly going to try. Attack something
Alright.
like this at its weakest point and see what happens.
I'm also going to cast Shield of Faith on Jin, just because.
Okay. That gives you, is it +2 to AC?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it do anything else?
No, just a shimmering field appears and summons a creature of your choice within range, granting it a +2 to AC for duration.
Yeah, cool. Jin, that insight, even with a 12, as you get closer to it, you can feel in your chest, like in your very being, like just a very subtle vibration, like you're a bit too close to a speaker at a rock gig, and you can feel it.
Right.
Yeah, it's as you get closer to it, there's a small vibration. It's not like and as you get even closer, it doesn't get stronger, but as you get within that 5 feet. Are you going to one side of the chains, or are you going in the middle? Where exactly are you going?
swing. I'm going to be on the left of it a little bit.
Okay, just to give yourself
So
a
I have
full...
a good...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a good, like, the width of the blade. So, like D&D wise, it'll be 5 feet away, because I have 5 feet reach. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, as you approach, being the closest, you get that very subtle vibration.
I'm going to crack my neck a little. I'll pull my blade and then run my hand over it, and the lightning that has been infused in it sort of like
crackles
follows my hand as it activates on the blade. Well, we've done dumber things, and I'll strike at the chain connecting the pyramid to the rest of the chains.
Okay, so you're going. Cast shield.
I'm specifically trying to sever the pyramid.
Right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, give me an attack roll.
Okay, it could be worse, could be better, but could definitely be worse. I rolled on the dice a 9, but that means I rolled a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Your blade shing, slices across the chain. Now, you kind of reflect back briefly in that moment as everyone kind of holds their breath in anticipation. You reflect back to that moment on the sands when you had a crouching, possessed demon lizard. And your blade strike was so true that you surgically sliced the bone and wing from her back. Your trained slices are sharp and direct. As you slice, you feel connection. You definitely hit the chain. You all hear an audible and it kind of echoes. You all just like, it's loud down here. As you look at the chain, there is a very small impact mark on it. But there's no severing, there's no like heavy damage. Without needing a roll. Visible. Yeah, there is visible, yeah, but it's more of an impact, as if you like threw a stone against concrete. There's like an impact, but there's not an indentation. With your powers of deduction, within reason, if you were to hit the same spot repeatedly, you may cause enough impact marks to cut through it. But you also realise it would probably take you a few months.
It's like the Doctor Who episode where he spends a million years hitting the diamond wall. Yeah. Okay.
Click the wrong thing. Where are we? Let's go to the guest screen. There we go. Make sure I'm in the right app.
Sort of take a
Why
step
do I
back.
want to shoot it? I want to shoot it for some reason.
I'll put my blade back into its sheath.
The next thing you notice...
This will work.
As you go on, say what you're going to say.
This will work, but how much time do we have?
Not very long.
No. Time was one thing that we said was important.
Yeah.
This will take me a few months.
Yeah, no, I don't think that the Pantheon has that much
time. This does confirm that this thing does or is in some ways susceptible to normal physicalities rather than just magical.
So
what else do I notice, Mr. DM? Sorry, I've interrupted your thought.
Yeah, the next thing that you notice as you sheath your blade is that through the loud ringing, the author's follower takes a few steps forward and stops to look. Face blank. Just stops and is now looking towards you guys. And he kind of cocks his head a little. cocks his head a little and just the subtlest of cracks at the side of his mouth. Just cracks a small smile.
Hmm. Oh, can I shoot? No, I'm not going to shoot him. Jin.
Yes, Scaff.
I have a idea for you and Azura to do. It can take damage, as you've just said. The chains, how are they under pressure? Effectively being the linkage.
Yeah, you can see that they are. It's as if someone's like attached one to one rock, pulled it as tight as possible, and then attached it at the other end. But as Garvan's kind of alluded to, they were conjured, so they've just like and they've just come out.
I'm on about the one with the upside down 3D triangle chains.
That one in the middle is it seems linked and fused to the others.
Yeah, which is what I'm on about with getting something in between it, both of them, then push against it to try and pop the chain off.
Possibly. I'll turn to Garvan. What other attempts have been made to against this? What other types of like fire or to try to get through it?
We threw a drider at it. That didn't work. We just went through it like mincemeat.
It's like that scene.
It's been very useful for getting rid of people that have passed away. We don't need to bury them anymore. Just melt them.
I told you. There's no thieves here. I told you. Mostly divine magics have been attempted, but it's more prayer and the physicality of the paladins they've tried. Hence, Milady telling you of the chain on her palm, and Keris is now what some may call Fubad. But I don't recognise this chap, and I'll point across to the robed figure. Have they always been there, Pidge? For the last 4 days, or is this a recent?
Hard to recall. Yeah, you genuinely just can't recall seeing whether he was or not. You think about it, and like even without a history check, you're like, I would have known if someone was there.
Okay. Yeah, so this person here maybe trapped on the other side, or newly arrived. I'm unsure, but friend or foe, I'm unsure. But yeah, our attempts so far have been similar to yourselves, but it was quite amusing to watch again.
I mean, have we? Because I feel like this was only above table. Have we determined if this has like? I mean, obviously, it must have some kind of magical properties. Have we tried getting rid of those magical properties?
I can't dispel.
I can. I mean, I can try, I mean.
Nobody at the tree can. We're just prayer people.
Kind of gets a confused expression on her face because there's at least 4 other paladins. Like, huh?
They prepare different things to you on a morning.
Fair.
In extension to that question, has anybody tried to look further in?
Further in, beyond the chin?
Yeah.
Well, only from what you've seen yourselves.
So nobody's tried to use, you've said it, prairie sort of magics in order to look further in.
You mean scry?
Oh.
For example?
I don't believe that.
You must know of an object or something that's further inside, which you could focus on.
As you say that, Denala kind of just looks around a little bit.
If anyone could cast the spell, we have something that can help enhance it.
Well, I think every time we've tried, it's a little bit hazy. I swear there was a crystal that I used to take with me in there, but I can't seem to find it anymore. Maybe the it's hazy, like a.
It's
long
okay
night on
to
the,
admit you haven't
doorstep.
thought of it.
I'm not high enough cleric to scry yet.
I'm just saying it's okay to admit.
Has
What am I
guiding
admitting?
bolt
I
been
will
cast at
happily
this?
admit it. As what? Sorry.
Has like sacred flame or guiding bolt been cast at this? I'm just curious.
Twice. And
I
a
mean-
similar mark to your friend Jin's sword.
As you recall that, Garvan, you'd know that Jin's physical attempt was the first time you've seen it. Obviously, the first time it's been struck properly. Any attempts at casting things at it, so like you cast your detect magic and you could see that it was magic. Anything that has been cast at it either hasn't seemed to do anything at all, but you recall like the guiding bolt, like divine magics have almost they look like they hit, but after a couple of attempts you realise that even maybe just like an inch away, it's almost as if it's got a shield. The divine magics just don't do anything.
It's almost as if there's a shield and the divine magics don't do anything. I've just remembered.
Ah,
That sounds.
I'll look at Zeph and I'll just.
Well,
That sounds similar to what those followers. The magics wouldn't work against them at the last shrine.
no.
You can hit them well enough, though.
shoot them well enough.
Well, if it's only divine magic, that doesn't.
I understand.
I could try something. I mean,
like I said, I can at least try and dispel it. See what it does.
Try
Okay,
is
let's try
all
and dispel it.
we've got. Anything that you can offer, suggestions, ideas, attempts, you're more than welcome. Please be careful. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Right. Well, this can only go badly, or it can go okay, and nothing happens. At this point, I feel like if nothing happens, that would be our best case scenario, because we aren't very lucky. Right. Kind of cracks her knuckles a little bit.
We aren't very lucky. We're still alive. Thank you very much.
I'll cast Bless on Zephyra.
Yeah, everyone's already got bless from
Kind of just
Banana.
slow turns to Jin.
Toadie, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. We're alive. Yay. Think of the beach and tiny little umbrellas and drinks.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I will look at the 3D triangle.
That's the t-shirt, right?
Cast
There we are.
Dispel magic.
They're totally not a Sif crystal hanging up there, though.
What level do you cast it? And could you please read me the spell?
Third, because I can't go higher than that. Choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends.
Okay. So, cast the spell. Mark off your spell slot. Do you approach, or do you just cast it at range from where you are?
I mean, I don't have to touch it. So I will, I guess a bit closer, I will not be touching it.
Do you get within 5 feet of it?
No.
Okay. So you
I'll
don't,
be, like,
you don't
I'll
feel
do-
the
I'll do-
vibrations.
No, I'll do like 10 or something, but
Yeah,
I won't do 5.
Okay. So, you cast the spell. The spell seems to... You see the energy. Normally it's almost like an invisible wave, or maybe there's a wave of energy that comes out and magic's shut off. It's the first time you've cast it anyway, isn't it?
Yep.
You cast the spell towards it, and the energies in a wave almost like have a gravitational pull towards the center that start to swirl. And then for the first time, and like Denala kind of shocked Garvan, you'd be shocked as well, you see all of the chains just for a split second, just long enough for you to see it. They slacken, by like an inch, and then they go taut again. And the spell seems to dissipate. So from that, you can tell that it did something, but it's just simply not strong enough.
Edge. When Zafira cast the spell and it did that, what was the reaction of the guy in front of us?
Give me perception or insight.
Perception for a natural 20 for 26.
Nice.
You did this.
Looking at you, motherfucker.
No. You look towards the guy as you almost follow Zafira's spell as it heads towards the chains, and then your attention focuses on the guy. That cracked smile that he has as the magics hit the chains wilted a bit, and then when the magic seemed to be either dissipated or absorbed or disappeared, the crack then reformed. I say the crack reformed. He started to smile again.
Yeah. I'll let people know when Zafira did that. The gentleman in front of us, his smile wavered.
We need stronger magic then.
For clarity, he didn't move or anything. There was no. He didn't counter spell or anything like that.
Well, we've got 3 other paladins.
Yes, but
can that be? Certainly to just be more powerful.
Could he be affecting this?
Denala, do you know how to dispel magic?
I don't. I think Veta does. I'm not sure about Soraya. We don't really tend to trouble ourselves with the arcane. It's usually the divine.
Fair. That's fair. Looks at Scath again. Do you think your sister's terribly busy?
The thought crossed my mind the exact second.
Jen just sort of nods. Great minds.
Give me an Arcana check, Lucy.
Oh boy. Okay. 22.
22. Understanding the fundamentals of the spell as you've been gifted this ability from your goddess, you understand enough that by the mechanics of the spell, even if you don't use a high enough spell slot, you can do a check to, and if you roll high enough, reasonably, you could dispel any level of magic. The way it seemed to dissipate or be absorbed, or it didn't feel like it didn't work. It almost felt like it wouldn't work. It's not necessarily the amount of power. Like even if you cast it at a higher level, it would have the same, you know what I mean? You'd just have to make less of a check if you used more magic. It just seemed to be absorbed rather than just,
Okay. The guy behind the chains, does he look similar to the ones we saw in the desert?
No. They were very, pale and quite clearly possessed. This guy, by all rights, seems relatively normal. Give me a perception check as you or insight as you
Okay.
give them a bit
So
of a closer.
if I just kind of like openly walk around with both my holy symbols, because I now have one of Orthus as well, he isn't really interested in that.
No, you
Okay.
produce both holy symbols. He doesn't react.
15 for perception.
15 perception. Like, you look at him, and like, apart from him, like when Jin hit the chain, he walked around the corner, and then he cracked a little smile, and then you cast the spell, and as Scath said, his smile wavered briefly, and then it reformed. He's looking towards you guys, but none of you can make eye contact with him. You know, he's just
He had like a little oh shit moment.
He's looking
that it
at
was
you
gone
all,
again.
but yeah, it's reasonably.
I would like to. I'm sorry, this is the last thing I'll do, and I'll stop yapping. I would like to divine sense him.
Okay. You pop your divine sense, and there is a medium fiendish sense, similar to the guys outside. There is a small undead and a small celestial. Like, the guys that you fought at the thing were all kind of like medium celestial fiendish undead. This guy's he's coming up as
Mostly
fiendish
fiend?
with a tickle of celestial and undead.
I will kind of just say that to myself. Like, yeah, fiend. Definitely fiendish. Celestial, undead.
Which, you know from your training, by all rights, should be impossible. Because fiends and undead, and in certain circumstances, celestials can't get within the barrier of the Great Tree.
Yeah, this is... She kind of just...
What do you see, Zafira?
He's definitely fiendish. He's somewhat undead. And somewhat a celestial.
It's like straight away Denala kind of looks at Garvin and takes a few steps forward. You see she divine senses as well and looks at the guy.
I am
just
on the word fiend and assuming roll at the tree, I will prepare. Waiting on Denala's nod. I'll just, but you can see that I'm kind of moving my hands and I'm making a prayer to the Life Mother. And I'll let you know what happens next, pitch.
Yeah. So Denala kind of looks at him and she looks at you all. There is clearly some kind of influence down here. These chains denote that. If that means that through that influence they are disrupting the tree's protections, then even if we cannot get in, it is paramount that we do not let the influence spread to the surface. For if the protections fall at the surface...
Well, I hate to say this, but there are already some of these guys at the surface. Not here, but on the road to the tree, at the shrines.
Okay, so they are close. But you said you dispatched of them?
Yes, I mean, when we fought them at the Shrine of Orthus, they were mostly undead, with a hint of fiendish and celestial. But this guy, he's mostly fiendish.
To note, once we dispatched them at the shrine as well, some things crawled out of them, like living chains, or I can't describe what there was.
Change pulled them back into the ground.
But something crawled out of them. and went back into the sands. That's why I was asking if the barrier has wavered in its strength.
Can I walk up to the pyramid that's hanging and just have a closer look at it to see if there's any markings or anything on it?
Don't
Walk
touch
up,
it.
Azora. Yeah. You die. Congratulations. I'm joking. When you get within...
You got your wings now, die.
I was just waiting for you to walk up. Thank fuck for that. Right, yeah. You walk up, Azora. When you get within 5 feet, similar to like Jin did, you feel like vibrations in your chest. Vibrations. You all look at Azora, as you probably would as he approaches. Zeph says, "Don't touch it." Jin, whilst your vibrations were like subtle, it was just like a little rumble. Azora, yours are probably a bit more noticeable. You're like, "Ooh, fucking hell!" You can all kind of see like the wing skin, the thinner skin on his wings is like very gently shuddering. You stand near the thing, Azora. So you're looking.
I'm looking if there's any symbology or anything written on it, or carvings, or.
Yeah, give me an investigation check. It's with advantage because you're right next to it. Don't forget your bless. Plus D4.
Oh. Plus D4.
Did we say bless doesn't give you checks?
Sorry.
Guidance?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you're correct. Donala walks up behind you and pops a hand on your back, gives you guidance.
Okay. Well, that's 11.
I did take it.
17.
17 investigation. You look over it and there's not really any runes or text or anything obvious. There's a couple of like indentations, but that could just be rough. It seems like it's made of a metal, same as the chains, but they could be. You look at like the stone under your feet, and the indentations could almost be stone-esque. Give me a charisma saving throw.
Back in a couple of minutes, sorry.
All right, mate.
I do get the bless on this one.
Yeah. And
You also get
don't forget, I've not said this. You get a plus 10.
No, the plus 10.
Total, yeah.
Plus 10 from being at the tree.
Yeah, I didn't say this to you, Adi, but being within the vicinity of the tree, the normal plus 5 you get from a paladin, just like everyone just gets a flat plus 10. It doesn't stack. So being around all these paladins, you're not super buff, but you get
95.
Yeah. You get
100. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's
27.
27. You blink a couple of times and then like you're looking at this thing and you look up at the guy, and whilst you've all noticed he's not been looking at anyone, he's not been meeting anyone's eyes, you see, even just for a brief moment, he looks at you, like your eyes meet for a split second, and you feel like a scratch at the back of your mind, and then nothing happens.
I just thought there may have been something on this.
Could we just say hello?
Say again, mate.
I was talking to the adventurers. Could we just say hello?
Before we do that,
Tried to.
at the
It's like
risk of
15
sounding
feet.
stupid again, this tree's blessing. I know certain magical spells create a bubble. You don't happen to know if this one passes underground, do you?
Is it a dome or a sphere, Mighty Pidge?
For all intents and purposes, it's
Encompassing.
give or take. It's basically a big dome.
It's less of a bubble and more a giant aura.
It's
Yeah.
no one's been
Right.
able to quantify, like, it's not as if you could, like, see a perfect sphere. There's just an area where no one living or fiends, etc., have been able to pass across.
Blessing ends here.
Yeah,
I know sometimes when I rage and get angry that certain effects happen. One of them, I can move where I am instantly. Has anyone tried magic that can...
Oh, you mean teleport through the chains?
Yes.
Yeah, not many of us prayer people can do stuff like that.
So
Rare.
Misty Step.
I know a fairy who could step through the mist once, but they're dead now. They were riding the drider when we threw it at the chains. Wings and everything.
So I'll look at our lady friend that's with us, and I'll sort of look at her sharply. So there is a chance that moving underground, there is no such blessing.
you see she reflects for a moment or two. It's hard to put my finger on a moment in time where we've had to worry ourselves with incursions or needing of protections down in the roots. That is what the Dryads and the Root Guardians are for. But I certainly can't recall any time where anything has managed to breach the barriers. I believe it is at the surface and below, but if the essence of this individual on the other side of the chains is true, I don't believe a creature needs to be specifically undead, or a devil, or a celestial. Even just having an essence or a taint shouldn't be possible.
Not to add further worry in that case, but please consider that the underground and the deep places of this world, even though they may not have been a problem before, if there is paths down, the Chained Expanse might have found a way up. And your Dryads, I'm sorry to say, from what we've seen and its potential reach to even take over a dragon, your Dryads may not have even ever stood a chance. Yeah. We need to have a look inside before we take this barrier down, because who knows, this barrier might be all that stands in the way of whatever is in there and whatever is up.
You're right. Azora, are you still stood by the
Yeah, I've now stood up and I'm
pyramid?
looking at the fella the other side.
Give me another charisma save.
Get down in there.
Cool. This is going to be good. 33.
33. As you meet this guy's gaze, his look, his eyes, again, you feel that it's like a scratch at the back of your mind. And this second time,
that it's coming from him.
Not necessarily, but there's a familiarity to the scratch.
Huh.
And ever so subtly, probably only Jin would notice with his massive passive, and you because you're looking at him. But ever so subtly, he shakes his head. Still got small grin.
I'll just tilt my head and smile back and step away backwards while still watching.
The vibrations cease when you leave the 5 feet.
Yeah, I'll turn back the others and yeah, that's no. I need to go up. I need some air.
You turn to leave, Azora?
Mm-hmm.
Give me another charisma save.
Oh. $17.
17. You've been looking at this guy, and then the vibrations kind of calm down, and you think, I've got to get some air. As you turn to walk up, you feel that scratch again in the back of your mind. And then that scratch almost gains traction, and it feels as if something is pulled its way into your mind. You've received messages before, and they just happen, whereas this seems to be something pulling its way into your mind. I thought you dead when I took the dragon. Interesting that you would come here. Interesting indeed.
Dead. And my intentions for here, having seen what you're capable of and what you are possibly intending to do with the gods.
You have seen nothing. And I will take you back. And then the scratching ceases. The familiar feeling of being left alone washes over you briefly again.
Now, did he do that telepathically or out loud?
I'm in my head speaking back to it.
Okay.
You'd see he probably hesitates, at least,
Yeah.
Jim.
Mm.
At the bottom of, if it's a ramp or steps up, he would
Yeah, it's
stop.
like natural wooden stone steps heading back up.
Just shake your head and before he was just walking quietly, now he is almost not angrily stomping up the stairs, just with purpose.
Just before you leave the darkness back to the light, just faintly, almost to get like the final word, that feeling of, don't come back down here.
Turns around immediately. What did you say?
What did you say? You guys all look. As Azora kind of hesitates, I think you guys had all noticed. For the first time, the guy on the other side of the chains, his arms have kind of just been relaxed, posed in front of him. But they kind of dropped limp towards his sides, and his head arched back ever so slightly, and his eyes rolled back. And then as Azora leaves, his eyes return and he puts his hands back on his stomach and goes back to that not paying attention, zoned out look.
Never that easy. I'll look at the two that brought us down here. I'll look at them one by one. Back up top. Discuss options. We need information.
Absolutely.
I'll look at Severa. Let's go.
You all make your way back up the stairs to the resting quarters. Azora, you would have got there first, of course. You see the two Orthian followers that were stood kind of just watching. They've started making their way over as you all come up the stairs. And seeing Denala and Garvan, their pace quickens a little. Garvan, and they cover their eyes. We were wiping his brow and he started whispering, incoherent whispers, chattering almost like words through grinded teeth.
I come across this sort of paranormal.
Hers, theirs, his.
You've seen people being feverish, but it's
Never stigmata.
no, certainly not Keres while he's been in your care. He's just been out like a light.
Can I check him? Is he still chattering?
Go over.
Is he any different from what he was before?
Give me an
Got
investigation
a-
check or medicine check with advantage, because you've been paying closest attention to him.
I'll follow Garvin if he allows me.
Investigation on medicine, you say? Oh my gosh. Advantage.
Yep.
22.
22. Comparatively, he is no longer sweating. You give him the old pupil check. He's still got them. But while they were like completely diluted out there, they are now like completely opposite. They are like pinpricked. And
He's off his face.
yeah, you look down at his mouth, and there is like just the tiniest little bit of blood in the corner of his mouth. And you kind of just give him a gentle inspection, and you can see he's like, it's as if he's grinded his teeth so hard, he's probably maybe bit the inside of his cheek a little bit. And there's just like a little bit of remnant blood. So he's had some kind of reaction to something, but now he's no longer sweating, and he's just still unconscious.
Like demon fangs coming through, or
no.
I look over my shoulder, see Scaff. You all right in the Scaff? Do you want to look? I'll kind of just gesture at Keres. What do your lizard man eyes see?
Is he talking now? Is he still whispering?
He's no longer chattering or chittering. He's just completely sparked unconscious.
I'll demonstrate everything you just said. I'll open his mouth, show you his gums, roll his eyes back. Peel his eyelids back, roll his eyes, it'd be a bit rough.
I'll say, did the people who was with him a second ago whilst he was talking grasp anything that he said? Was he speaking common?
Did he use common or a language or?
It was difficult. If it was a language, it wasn't one that either of us spoke. It was whispers. There was no coherency to it that we could understand. I wouldn't want to say that it was even words. in a foreign language, that we didn't understand. It was just almost as if he was reacting to something, and then it ceased.
What was his heart rate like before, when he was feverish?
It was resting. He was just feverish, but it was resting.
What about now?
Put your hand on his chest, and it feels like it's coming down. Like you test it for a minute, so it has spiked, and now it's slowing back down as you pulse. Is there
any more markings on him other than the chain on his palm?
Yeah, give me an investigation or medicine again.
Because I was about to say, has he got any marks like the ones that we had at the Orpheus Church? Because they had markings on them. I'll see if there's anything similar to them ones.
Straight roll, pitch or advantage again?
Yeah, advantage again. Yeah.
Oof, I'll take the 20.
Yeah, 20. You instinctually check him over a little, and you turn his hand over, and you look at his palm, and the palm burn it's pretty much been the same on all of them. It's not as if when they've touched it, just a section of chain has burnt. Their mark is pretty much all the same. It's just been a fully formed chain link. Yeah. You look now, and from the side of the burn down into the center of the palm, there's now the rough shape of an upside down triangle. not 3D.
Not 3D. 2D. Bloody 2D triangle. That wasn't there before, was it?
No.
As in, before we went downstairs, or a day or two ago?
Before you've literally just been with him. He's had some kind of reaction, and you check that, and that's new.
I look at his hand, and I look at Denala.
Yeah,
Denala.
When you kind of gesture, she looks at hers. She's just got the same chain.
Was Life Mother's not into blood sacrifice?
Actually, looks at Scaff. Actually,
that was an oath.
It's completely different.
I mean,
has he got any other markings on him apart from the palm and the upside down pyramid?
Without, you're welcome to strip him completely if you want to give him a thorough examination. But you're
I will be checking on Scaff's word. I'll be checking his collar.
There doesn't. Yeah, without completely stripping him, there doesn't seem to be anything new. It's just this addition to his hand.
Oh, there's a connection with that. So how is the connection with that?
I have a bit of a maybe far-fetched idea, but he can't physically speak to us, but we have someone who can telepathically communicate. Maybe he could answer. He could manage something that would give us an insight on what's happening.
A good idea.
Looks over towards the sleeping quarters. Azura! Please. Actually, I have to use my abilities.
God damn abilities.
Gets up, walks out. Right. Yeah, what can I do?
Do you think you could telepathically reach out to Kerez and see if he can tell you anything about what's happening? Because he can't physically speak to us, but maybe he could manage some sort of thought back to you.
It's a thought.
Jin.
Damn
it.
Not the time.
Silence.
It's I will try. I will need to talk though after this. Yeah, someone just what's just happened. I'm still a bit reluctant to reach out, but if this helps, then yes.
Okay. No. Kind of just. Well, yeah, I'll just hang around close to where Karis is, I suppose.
Yeah.
Kind of considering putting like a calming hand like on his either on his arm or like take his hand or something. Moral support.
So yeah, I'll walk up to where he's laying down. Is there like a chair I could pull up just to sit next to it?
Yeah, there's the stool that the other Orthian was sat on, just mopping his brow, but he's kind of stood up for a minute and he's just wringing out the flannel. He's no longer sweating, so doesn't necessarily need his brow mopping. You sit on the stool?
Yep, and I'll just close my eyes and just reach out to him. Karis, my name is Azura. I know you don't know me, but I'm here with your friends and I'm here to help. Can you hear me?
As you form the mental connection and you reach out, there's a few seconds of silence. And you wait and you look at Keres and you look at your friends. And you're just about to maybe say, "It's nothing." And then in the back of your mind, you hear it gets slightly louder, as if being dragged from the back to the front of your mind. Sound of a chain. The chain on metal or the chain on stone being dragged. Well. Sticking your fingers everywhere, aren't you? AD exploded. I saw him go, oh. Was that something crashed?
The fire finally, the fire finally took over.
Oh no.
Turned into a full-on house fire, unfortunately.
Oh. He's back. Sticking your fingers everywhere, aren't you?
Back. What the hell did I
Get out of my head, foul wretch. You will not take me. Azura, you said. I need your help. I'm holding fast. Quiet. This is my place. Now.
No. You. Back off.
You spooky bitch.
I was so tempted.
No, you.
No, you.
They're having a no you fight right now. No, you.
Azura, I am holding on. Tell Garvan thank you. It is too little and too late.
Never too late.
I told you not to go. Do not interrupt me. Stay out of the roots. They're not your place. They are mine.
My place is wherever it needs to be to stop you. I've had enough.
You feel that wave of loneliness come over you again.
Keres, keep fighting. Your friends will keep fighting. We will all keep fighting. You're not alone. And I'll just snap back to myself.
Jin, give me were you nearby as well, Jin? Or were you...
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have to let it linger? Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay. I mean, even at a disad, that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Am I still... No, that doesn't work for that.
Would Azora have moved at all? Would he have reacted at all physically? It's up to you, of course. Or would he have just been having this mental argument?
No, he would have definitely tensed up. Fists would now be clenched, possibly shaking slightly. Maybe a bit of sweat on the brow.
So, Jin, you see Azora kind of tense. It's made some kind of connection. You kind of probably instinctually try to gauge the room. As you look at Azora, you look around at everybody as he tenses. You notice ever so briefly, ever so slightly, Denala's kind of stood to one side. Garvan's stood nearby. Kerez is kind of just lying on the bed. You notice ever so briefly, ever so slightly for a second, the chain burn on their palm. Almost like a shimmer, as if you'd put a torch past a doorway, just like a quick shimmer of greenish, pale green light just shimmered across. You noticed it very briefly on Kerez. It started on Kerez and Denala. You also notice, as he clenched his fist, Azora, you notice just a very simple, that same wave of green light from within his clenched fist, briefly.
You okay, Azura? Show me your hand.
My hand. I know. Just open it and.
Do I see a chain there?
Yeah. So when you recall, you flash back your memory to when your friend returned from the Chained Expanse's realm, and he had that imprinted chain along his arm. That when the control was moved from him to the dragon, that imagery kind of subsided and wasn't there anymore. He opens his hand, and just very slightly in the middle of his palm, there's just a small forming of a chain link.
Does the Chained Expanse have a flavour, and does Garvan know of it? Like, is it a necromantic cult, a demonic lunatics, a celestial wizard of circusness?
Give me a history, a religion, and an arcana. Separate rolls in that order.
History. Jesus. History. 3. Religion. Oh, it's getting higher. 8. Arcana. Also 8.
Okay, so with the 3 history, with the 8 religion and arcana, you've heard mentionings of otherworldly beings or other things on other planes that would like to make their way to the material plane but just don't have the access. Certain things, there's magics that can allow you to traverse the planes, but there are some beings that own such immense power in their own domain, but the only reason the material plane isn't just a wash of fucking all kinds of bastards from all kinds of places is because they just don't have the means to get in. But you've probably never heard of the Chained Expanse itself on that 3.
Sounds like a made-up word to me.
Do we all see this now when Jin opens his palm? Opens Azura's palm.
Yeah, now he's opened his palm. You can all kind of see it.
Were you able to speak with Keres?
He's in there, yes. But so is whatever we're fighting against.
So he's
And he's... yes and no. It's almost as though it's this entity does not possess. It controls, from what I know, in a way that it gets you to do its bidding, or it claims you.
Not a possession, it's a mind control of sorts.
For me, it was a bargain. And the choice was death or do its bidding.
And what was that bidding? Forgive me. Denala kind of steps up with a concerned look on her face. She kind of looks at Garvan and gives a nod. The nod of, ready yourself. Forgive me, you are a trusted and honoured guest in the companionship of Zephyra, but you're not a threat.
I'm no threat. I was asked once per week a soul I would take. A soul that would be given to them.
And how many souls did you offer to it?
I never did.
Her tension eases ever so slightly, but...
circumstances came to be that I came to within an inch of death. And as such, it saw me as weak and cast me aside for another, because I could not fulfill its bidding.
It took over the dragon.
The undead dragon, which then, in the matter of minutes, claimed 50 to 100 lives. That went to the Chained Expanse.
Mama Pidge!
Beans and deans.
And I'm afraid now that...
Get out of it, you!
She wants to be famous!
Look, Mom, on the big screen!
And I'm afraid now that this problem that you have with this being here is because of my initial weakness of being afraid of death and the bargain I made with it. Without me agreeing to that, it may not have found its way to this plane.
I don't believe that for a second.
I'm just fearing now that you've got that back on you, is it holding you to the same bargain as before?
I've made no bargain.
It refused it. It itself ended it. But, yes.
You can't.
There's 3 people in this room who are marked. 4, I think.
There's 4 room.
And
well, 5 now.
Azura was communicating, all of them lit up. Which
But we
means all of
only
you,
received our marks when we touched the chain. Almost
yes,
like a
but all of
burn.
you are now linked.
Have you heard it speak to you?
No.
Either of you?
It felt
not
more
me.
like a...
I don't have a mark, by the way. I put both hands up.
Well,
Did it
you're
speak
marked,
to you,
but not with.
Azura?
Good for you.
It's down by the chains. When I was staring at the one beyond them, I felt it trying to claw its way back in. That's why I left. And as I was leaving, its voice came back to me. It's not asked me to do anything.
Is it just teasing you or trying to get you to change your mind?
It told me to stay away from the chains. And when I was communing with Keres was fighting. And it was almost angry that I was interfering. And I shouted back to tell it that I'm not anymore. I'm done with it. But then it was quiet and I never heard it after that. But Keres is still in there and he's fighting.
You might have done something no one else has ever done before. If it keeps coming to you and warning you away.
Well, it is good to hear that Keres is fighting. At least we know he's not lost. Did he say anything how to fight away?
No, but he just keep fighting in any way we can. Because I don't know how to fight this, but I will in whatever. Because I'm not going to let this win. I'm not going to give in. I've done enough damage now to put it right.
Strong words.
Let's get topside.
Yes.
And let's see what we can find out. I'm assuming not just one of you knows how to look beyond.
Do you mean to scry?
We need to take a look inside.
Absolutely. That would
So we
be
need someone who has enough willpower to not go crazy the moment that they see what is inside.
That would be Vetta's speciality.
We can potentially enhance their ability. But I'll leave that to their judgment if they, one, need it, and two, whether or not they think it will benefit them rather than hamper them.
Absolutely. I feel he doesn't really have that much to do. There's not a huge following of Wantians at the tree, so I'm sure Vetta would relish the opportunity. Please, let's go speak to him, discuss our options. She gestures to back up the stairs. That's where we will pop for a break. 8:05. Should we, how long do we need? 10, 15?
8.
15 would be nice.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm a noob.
Come back.
15 minutes. Yeah, okay. Right, I'll stick a 15 on stream and we'll be back. Mm-hmm. Thanks for watching, everybody. More developments at the tree, and we'll be back in 15. Toodle pips.
Ooh.
I just didn't want to tell anyone.
Hi, everybody. We are back. Hope you all enjoyed your pee
Hi,
pee
back.
poo poo and getting a drink.
You just said poo-poo.
Pee pee poo poo. You venture back up the stairs, topside. The main hall of the Great Tree Temple is almost entirely empty. Soraya seems to have gone about some kind of business. The Orthian followers are none to be seen. You know, there's a few downstairs, but they've all left. Similarly, there's no one waiting in the Avia pews as Denala walks back upstairs. The one figure, though, who is still present and is still trying not to fall asleep in his throne, is Veta. You see him across the hall towards the front. Denala kind of smiles and gives a little roll of the eye as she gives Garvan a side eye. Do you guys have plans and ideas? Happy for you to do the talking. You seem to know more than me at this point.
I'll just sort of look around, look towards the one-pin paladin. You bored? Want something to do?
Hmm?
Yeah, you.
Yes, you
Drinking time.
Look, I'm never bored. I'm always a man. Ready with my prayers and my sermons. Gestures almost sarcastically at the empty pews. I am fucking bored. What?
Alright, I got just a thing for you, and I'll produce the orb. I need you to look underneath the tree. You think you can do that?
I like your words, fancy man. You want me to take your ball and look under the tree?
Yeah, I think you'll find this gives you quite a kick.
Denala's like stood at the back, kind of chuckling. I
like this one.
Forgive me, what do you mean? I ain't going down there. Have you seen what it does to your hand?
Oh,
You think
We
you can
mean-
scry down there, my good,
Oh,
good bored paladin fella?
oh.
of course I knew what you
do it
meant.
from the comfort of your seat, mate.
I cannot, lad. I shall use my dish. Sorry. Holy receptacle. Done all that, forgive me. He hops down off his throne, his mighty 4 feet. His beard almost... He's a dwarf. He's 4 feet, 4 feet in height.
Centaur.
What was the fourth? Listen, dwarf. He walks forward towards his plinth, his holy receptacle.
I will join him with the orb.
He gestures towards the very cool, clean waters, lying still. It's a little rubber duck.
Oh, yeah. A little rubber monkey.
So, hello,
Monkey.
I'm Vetter.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Chosen Jen. It's pleased to meet you.
Aye, pleased to meet you too. What's that?
That is a orb that my mother used to use to... I think the word has been described as Scry. And this used to amplify her abilities. You may notice that it is both dedicated to Kerecekian and Orphus.
Right. And he gestures up.
I'll hand it to him.
Oh, that.
Ah,
I can see there's an orange sheen to it on the Kerechek. Serpenty side. But
yeah, something tells me that Orphus is not around right now.
He'll be in the bin.
that makes sense. How is Kerecekian? Still out, right? Okay. Well, excuse me. Sorry, Mr. Jin. Could you just fetch me that stool? Just over at the side there.
I will fetch him his stool.
Thank you, lad.
And I'll put it in front of him so he can step on.
Yeah.
Because I already that's
up.
the position I'm taking.
He's got a good brain on him. I can scry, but I've got no idea what this. It's all right. We'll figure it out. Okay. He puts the orb into the pool, and he kind of tentatively hovers his hand and gently lets go, and the orb floats in the middle, but it doesn't like bob around floating. It kind of just stays in the middle, and you notice as you all kind of look at it, it's not like spinning or twisting. The Kerecekian side is like it's perfectly halved at the waterline. The Kerecekian half is on the top. The Orthus side is underneath. So, you want me to have a look at the roots? Like, can you give me a bit more?
Basically what we're looking for is, obviously that there's chains currently blocking the way in, correct?
Aye, and he kind of flexes his hand. There is.
You two, are you marked by chance?
Well, you'd think after the first three, I wouldn't have touched it, but I didn't want to be left out, so,
Fair enough.
Curiosity and cats and...
So, to give you some of an update, physical violence seems to have an effect, as well as the possibility of dispelling it, but we need someone really powerful for that. We don't want to unleash just anything by opening the way, so we need to know what is beyond. I'm guessing there's some sort of central chamber or some sort of infrastructure down there, which was maybe previously used for worship, or something else along that nature. You know your own home better than I. So I would like you to imagine, where would a cult base themselves out of down below there?
Or where is the place they could do the most damage?
Or that.
Aye, okay.
Some sort of heart of the tree, or deepest root, or...
I know.
A crystal of the future telling. I don't know. But
Right. Okay. And he reaches down into his vestment, takes out his symbol of want. Okay. He holds it, almost like diamond shape in his hands. Okay. Oh, now. Right, okay.
I mean, it would probably be good to do it now, right?
I've got it.
All right. I believe you. I trust you.
You see, he closes his eyes. You see his holy symbol starts to glow in a pale blue light. And you see the water turns from that clear to a completely opaque, almost as if it was solid. And then that solidness turns to a mist, and it starts to turn in the water. You look at the orb in the middle. and it starts to slowly spin to follow the mist in the water. As it starts to turn, the orb flips, and the Kerecekian side goes under, and the Orthus side comes to the top. And you see very briefly a shimmer of purple returns to the top side of the orb, but not like a constant dull illumination. It's more like a wave, and it kind of flickers around. Veta kind of stands here. I'm trying to reach out. Whilst I can focus my attention on the roots, I feel like the ploughman's trying to show me something.
All right.
What should I focus on?
What we're basically trying to help you with right now is to have you regain control of your own tree. So, preferably anything that we can do to sever the Chained Expanse its connection to your current Fortress of Solitude.
Right, well, as I try to focus on the tree, I feel like he's trying to show me something. So, let's try and get that one out of the way.
Yeah.
Can you follow the route to what? The deepest part?
We're trying to figure out what Orthus is trying to tell him first.
Let's follow the breadcrumb trail.
I'm pretty sure that Orthus would know.
As you all look towards the orb, it sinks below the water, and that mist almost forms like a mirror-esque sheen, but as you all look into it, it's less of a mirror and more like a window. This window shows a scene that most of you probably won't recognise. Can all quickly give me either history or intelligence?
I will do
17 for history.
a history myself.
History or what?
18.
Or just flat intelligence if it's any different. I think, probably the same.
18 as well for history.
Well,
You reflect on the map when you're trying to picture this location, and whilst none of you will have been there, it looks like a town or a city built into the rocks. It's likely, through references and notions you've heard before, it's probably Eaglecliff.
Oh no.
So the visuals in the Scry clear to reveal the sand and the rocks of the city built into the mountain, and it focuses in on a target. Lucy, give me a quick history check.
$15.
15. Veta kind of speaks out as he's concentrating. It's almost as if he's just saying things, like talking himself through what he can see, even though you guys can see it as well. That's Valley. She's a paladin of Orthus. She's flanked by a large bugbear and an equally as bulky tall minotaur. They're all stood next to a large cart with 5 barrels in the back. You all listen in, and the Minotaur reveals himself as Malik and confirms the details of their coming quest, that they are to transport a payload across the dunes and across the Scorpion wastes to arrive at the Tierum ruins. They are to find a place to set up the barrels and to detonate them to gain access to the underground sections of the ruins. Malik says that he hopes more information will come if they complete the first part of their quest. The pacing of the Scry adjusts as time passes. As you rejoin the three, they are amidst the dunes. So you can kind of tell that it's not like normally a Scry is like a live action what's happening, but this seems to be some kind of retelling or showing, you're being shown something by authors. They see birds in the sky which denote a sandworm and are soon after set upon by the sandworm. And a battle ensues. The worm seems to vomit acidic spittle towards the three. Malik roars, grows to double his size and joins the fight. After some combat, the three are victorious. They continue their journey. Through the extreme heat, continue across the dunes. Another time pacing passes and the three are still in the dunes. Malik loses his footing whilst carrying the cart, and the cart slips and snaps one of the wheels, or the wheel dislodges. A similar sight to what you'd experienced on the way. Whoever makes these carts needs to have a word with himself. The noise and sudden vibrations cause more worms to approach, so the bugbear, whose name is Khan, runs up the dune to take the worm's attention, whilst Malik and Valley attempt to fix the wheel. After more battle, Khan getting consumed, fighting, fixing of the cart, they get back on the road. As the three set up their simple camp to rest, you see Valley take out an ancient-looking tome, and you see Vetter's... He's got his eyes closed, but his eyebrows raise as if he's, like, recognised something, and Denala kind of... This ancient tome inlaid with gold. It looks old, but special at the same time, and... As she does, you hear Vetter, he gasps, "There it is! That's the tome of leadership and courage. So she did steal it when she left. By the gods." And she seems to just be sat on the cart, browsing through it casually, like it's not some old ancient divine relic. As he says that, if everyone wants to give me a history check, anyone that's proficient in or religion, history or religion, whichever you prefer.
Dirty 20.
21.
21.
21.
17.
I got a 4.
Oh. You would know the Tome of Leadership and Influence is a relic that, through practice and reading, allows you to become more charismatic as you learn the secrets within. It's a magical item that, above table, like you'd understand what it does, but above table, if you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days reading its contents, your charisma increases by 2 to a maximum of 30. But then the manual loses its magic for a century. So you kind of in your tutelage, you will have learnt what the tome does. Again, you rejoin the group in the wastes. Khan notices some shimmering red powder that has seeped from one of the barrels. And he takes what little he can into his hand and he licks it. His eyes become bloodshot, his already muscular form ripples and grows a few inches, and his presence is immense. The group continue through the wastes before a random arrow lands near the cart, and Khan immediately charges in the direction of the assailants. Valley follows him a bit more casually. Khan finds 2 goblins atop some rock formations, and he dashes a rock at one of them, knocking it from the rock formation with extreme force, and then decapitates it with his axe. The other goblin seems to flee and hide, and after rummaging through the 2 small hidden tents, Khan and Valley return to Malik, who stayed with the cart. Time passes once more as the group reach the outskirts of the Teurum ruins. Khan sits down and seems to enter some kind of meditative state for a short while before mentioning he heard chains. The 3 approach the ruined village, which they can see from a distance is teeming with undead skeletal creatures. Malik parks up the cart against the southeastern wall, and Valley scales the outer walls to have a better look. Pulls a patrolling skeleton from the wall. Khan quickly decapitates it and kicks its head away from the body. You notice a faint green glow in the eyes. Saphira, you'd recognise that from when you fought undead back in the Salguard basement. Generally, you need radiance to end the control. Malik slinks away from the two to approach from another angle, and Khan and Valley sneak along the wall to find a better entry point. Through various attempts of sneaking and looking over the walls, Valley fails to sneak up the wall, causing a skeleton to approach, which fortunately stops the skeleton from seeing Khan on the set of stairs. As Khan gets to the top of the stairs, you see a armoured skeleton wearing a winged helmet and holding a large staff that seems to have like another skeleton hanging from the staff. Clearly a figure in charge. There's a haze in the air atop the plinth, and as Khan attempts to sneak past the upper stairs, he trips, drawing attention to himself. Malik, who is crouched, watching, storms in, roaring, and his form grows in size again. However, this time his limbs extend, his bones crack as they stretch, and his bovine snout extends to look a little more lupine, like a twisted combination of cow and wolf.
Oh, that's...
Without rolling, you've probably heard references to lycanthropes. Malik then charges up the set of stairs to approach the skeletal group. Khan makes his way down the stairs towards a gate, which he's able to pull apart, and Valley continues to follow. Malik begins to let out pained roars as he's wreathed in energy that looks like he was wrapped in a bolt of lightning, and it flashes and crackles around him, holding him. But Khan continues through the gate. Khan finds a forge area, breaks into a chest to take some small throwing weapons, and Valley joins him. They engage with a battle with some skeleton guards and mages, and Malik continues to roar in pain. You all begin to hear whispers from the Scry. Anyone that speaks Infernal can understand the whispers to be a chant. Ours, ours, ours. Yours, yours, yours is repeated. The quiet sound of chains dragged can also be heard. Once Khan and Valley dispatch the skeletal group, Malik's roars cease as the chants get louder. The two charge their way back up the stairs towards the plinth. Khan arrives first, noticing the skeletons from around the ruins are approaching the plinth, but pay him no attention. At atop the plinth, Khan finds Malik crouched on his knees before the armoured skeleton, his eyes now glowing in that same green as the skeletons of the ruins. Khan charges into combat with the armoured skeleton, who commands him to kneel, which he does briefly before bursting back to his feet and engaging with the lead skeleton. As Valley continues to climb to join him, heated combat ensues before the armoured skeleton utters a word in common this time. Rise. Malik stands and approaches Khan and begins to hack and slash at him, raking his claws across Khan's back over and over. Valley charges up to join Khan fighting the armoured skeleton, and again, the boss skeleton gestures his hand towards the ever-growing pile of skeletons that have collapsed as they entered the energy haze atop the plinth. 5 of the skeletons crumble to dust, and some of the hacked and slashed wounds on the boss skeleton seal up. Some kind of necromantic restorative magic. The battle continues to a fatal point as Khan and Valley are overwhelmed by the lichen monstrosity, who is no longer of his own mind. Valley manages to dispatch the boss with her radiant aura and divine empowered strikes, causing devastating damage to the skeleton boss, which falls and crumbles to dust. But it is not enough before she too falls to Malik's assault, uttering one more final word as she comes to her grievous wounds. Bitch! With the main targets of the Scry now deceased, the waters go dark, and then fill once again with that mist. You look at Veta, who's kind of physically shaking with tears on his face, and his mouth slightly agape, stunned into shocked silence at what he just witnessed. The orb flips once again from the Orthian side, to the Kerechek side at the top. The orb turns a greenish brown across its whole surface. Similar brown to that of the tree and the roots. And Veta kind of concentrates once more. Denala goes and stands next to him and puts her hand on his shoulder. And you can see down into the roots. If I change scene briefly. Ugh, camera controls. We spin around. The Scry, empowered by Jin's mother's orb, takes you on a path. Rounding the first corner, you can see floating, dead in the water, a root guardian. Rounding the paths once more, you find dead dryads and shamans. As you round the corners once more, you start to see chains protrude from the path. You start to see waves of mist and heavy stomps as monstrous creatures reefed in chain and made of root wood itself lurch and stand waiting. The path continues around and you see the root guardians engaged with these monstrosities. Further down the path, rounding into a larger open area somewhere. You see a large creature made of cloud and mist and chain itself. And you almost get a sense that you're being watched as it lashes its chain around, causing the mists to swell, and the scry ends. Veta takes a step down off his stool and Denala kind of supports him. Oh, that orb's mighty. Oh, forgive me.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Sits on the throne. Kind of tries to subtly dry the tears from his eyes, but isn't very subtle about it. Denala goes and stands next to Garvan. Almost stunned herself.
I'll look at the group. I'm in no way, shape, or form learned in the ways of faith. But in the laws of war, we are at a severe disadvantage.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Jin,
As I say that, I will very gently fish the orb back out of the water.
Yeah.
We have been at a disadvantage ever since we left Salgard.
I'll look at the paladins.
Veta's kind of sat, his feet not quite touching the floor as he's sat leaning forward, his elbows on his knees.
I don't mean to distress you further than you already have, so my apologies. I need you
just redeemed daily taxes.
as religious leaders of this place. I'll look at Severa from my side as well. I want you to be ready. Because if whatever plan we may come up with is not successful, this may no longer be your home. I hope you are ready to face that instance in time and do it with all the people around you, but you need to be prepared for the fact that if whatever we come up with fails, this will be his domain.
That'll never happen. He made his way in somehow. He can make his way out.
At what cost, friend?
If he gets into this place, there'll be no telling what havoc it will cause for the rest of this continent. If the holiest of places falls, there's nothing that'll stop him.
Also true.
We need to get down there quick and put a stop to it. If it costs us our lives stopping it, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. But
The damage he could do to this continent and who knows beyond, there is no measure. Is there a cost great enough to stop it?
Let me put it differently, then. If we were to fail, assign the people which you would have lead whoever is left. Because they'll need someone. Regardless, let's mull over what we've learned
I
and start thinking of some things, shall we?
look at Vetter and Danala. What do you make of Orthus's vision that he gave to us? Do you think the tome has to do with all this? I mean, it's a shame to see that Valley was a thief, but in the end, I think that wasn't the important point he was trying to make.
It's very rare
Who were
that...
those people? Sorry.
It's okay. Valley was a paladin of Orthus.
Yes, I
is-
I think I remember.
It's rare that more than one paladin expresses an oath and is taken at the same time. In fact, there have only been 2 circumstances so far that has happened. Valley and Keris, Soraya and Saphira. Valley, for all of her beauty, she was Asimar, of celestial birth, but she was never content living a normal life. Her thirst for conquest was what formed her oath, and not finding any here, she left, and as we see now, went to Eagle Cliff. I'm sure many of you are aware of the type of people that live in Eagle Cliff.
Yeah.
But it seems that Orthus wanted to show us the demise of his paladin, for whatever reason. I know of no reason why that path, or that death, or that location, or what significance it holds, but we were shown.
We'll look at Azura and at Zeph and at Scaff.
I'll just nod.
We do.
Too much of a coincidence.
We know what significance it holds.
The place, specifically.
Go on.
Oh.
There is a set of 3 artifacts. 3 artifacts put together that can open a portal to the Feywild. It was hidden across Kerecekian countless of years ago. centuries, perhaps. We haven't really determined an exact timeline. We have one. There's one here, under the tree.
When you say that,
among the roots.
both Veta and Denala kind of perk their attention. Almost knowingly, but even passive insight, they're like, yeah, we know what you're on about. Oh, but we're not
They're
gonna...
like, aha,
aha,
yeah.
Nah, couldn't be us.
And there's one in a certain ruined city that you just got shown. Hidden among the depths.
Ah.
Its ruins. It is possible, considering this is, from what we've learned so far, extraplanar activity, that the very artifacts themselves are a weak point within our plane. And that the Chained Expanse has used it as beacons.
Or
To slip into ours.
Or he's trying to gather all three to gain access to a third plane. He's here, he's in his own, and then he can move to the Feywild.
There's a fourth possibility, Azura.
Who is he?
He's there.
Adair. What's his name?
Chained Expanse.
Oh, the Chained Expanse. Oh, sorry.
That creature that's been so generously taking possession of all the realm of Orphis, so to speak.
Sorry, I thought it was an organisation. Apologies.
No, it's an entity. A singular entity.
So forgive me, how is it that you know of all of these artifacts?
Well,
Stumbled upon one, so to speak. It's a long journey, but to tell it briefly, we are from a place called Salgard, and that once held a civilization, I suppose, that made its city into the mountains. Now they have long disappeared, and their ruins have long disappeared under the sands of time and Kerecekian themselves. But we stumbled upon a group of people attempting to extract something from our city, from our little town. We stopped them, and we came into possession of knowledge, information, and that we have now set ourselves to prevent whatever the indications are, the implications of a group of people trying to put all three of them together could potentially do and unleash. I'm sure you can appreciate the higher calling there.
Of course. Well, Denala kind of looks at Veta. He kind of gives a slow nod. Before I perhaps speak plainly, are you aware of what the artifacts are?
We
Yes.
are. And also roughly what it is they do.
very powerful cursed items.
We believe that the circlet might be here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Again, you clock her eyes, like Veta and Denala look at each other. Yes, you would be right. The circlet is in the root depths. It is
Am I right
guarded.
to assume that if we were to go down the path which was shown, we would eventually stumble upon it?
Yes, the scry ended in a larger chamber that is used for ritual performing. Beyond that, there is a path that continues into a larger chamber where the roots converge. Within that larger chamber is you saw the sadly deceased root guardians. There is a much larger circlet guardian. I would assume that if the Chained Expanse is trying to take the circlet, it would struggle against the guardian. Perhaps that's why it's not taken it already. But I did think...
It's only a matter of time, though.
Of course, much like anything. But I did think whilst we were watching the Scry that its influence seems to have stopped at the chain barrier that we've approached. If it can manifest these chains, why hasn't it manifested them up here? Perhaps it is focusing its energies below, trying to prevent rather than come further up.
And why does it not want Azura to come back down there?
Doesn't want to be intervened with. Strategically, it makes sense that it doesn't come further up.
Mm-hmm.
What is it to gain from wasting energy up here? Well, before we arrived, you were all very reluctant to even...
Well, they tried.
They tried.
Reluctant, we just couldn't get through.
And we still can't.
And it's also... you see what happened to the followers of Orthus, seeing how Keres is doing. If that happened to all four of them, the place might fall into disarray, because everyone would be panicking.
That's exactly what we've been working on these last few days, is to keep the panic down.
We have all touched the chains, yet it was only Keres that befell its control.
It must have to do with the connection to souls.
That would make sense.
I'll say everything we've come across, Orthus is the one that's affected the most. So,
if this Chained Expanse takes souls, as you say, the Father of the Underworld would of course be his best target.
Possibly his greatest threat.
Circlet do, and I'll look at everyone here and Delilah.
Why,
Delilah?
Hey there, Delilah. What's it like?
In the
My
great
name's
tree.
Johnson.
You mentioned, Jin, that
everyone.
you knew what the artifacts do?
We have a good idea. We have a good idea.
I'm not familiar with the other two artifacts. I'm only aware of the circlet.
So if the Chained Expand gets the circlet, what happens?
It'll have one of three.
and
And
two
of the
of three.
vision, and of the vision that we've just seen, it is... We can only assume it already has the amulet of the Sylvan Sun.
So if it already has the amulet and the other two are here, is that not bad?
Yeah.
Should we separate them? Or are you
The
trying to
amulet
collect
was
them?
called here.
It's the amulet, see? I thought it was a circlet.
No,
The
sorry.
circlet.
Circlet is downstairs, being protected hopefully by a guardian, you said. So we've got time with that if it hasn't already got it.
Wasn't
got-
the Guardian wrapped in chains?
No,
mystery
that
charge
from what we
was...
saw.
I could only assume that's a manifestation of the chain's reach.
Yeah, has it been protected or been stolen? If the Chained Expanse is after it and there's chains everywhere,
The
I don't think
circlet,
it's protected. Is it not trying to take the circlet?
I can only assume it's making its way.
That's probably why it's not gone any further than what it has, because it's probably focusing all its effort to get the circlet. Because if it already has the amulet...
If you already have the amulet, and it succeeds on getting the circlet because we can't get through these chains, and you guys have brought the third one here, should we not be sticking you on a horse and horses and Avantian?
I think we need to find out if it has the amulet. We need to be heading.
That's too much time. We don't have.
Yeah,
To
we
get
don't
there.
have that much time.
If you break
To
through
travel
the
There
chains,
aren't
away.
anymore.
I'm just worried
As
if
to
you
your
break through the
point,
chains, you're gonna give it.
There's
what you
only
want.
4 of us. If we were to put on a horse to
4
go
and a half.
somewhere, it will just deal with you slowly, carefully, insidiously.
Can you not
I wanted
hide
to leave.
the item you've got with you?
I wanted to leave it
Somewhere?
in Locktorpian, where I know it would be very heavily guarded, but I was dissuaded.
If I could just perhaps make a point before we continue. And forgive me, Garvan.
You're the boss.
Keep the knowledge of its location to yourselves, at least for now. For if any of us fall, then if you think it's safe, then I will trust. But Garvan does raise a good point. Protecting the circlet, she kind of lets out a sigh. I fear that there is more to why the Expanse won't have got the circlet yet, not only because of the powerful creature guarding it, but the roots themselves harbour the circlet. The roots have grown and hold the circlet in place. And so it's not so simple as taking the circlet from a plinth.
You'd have to effectively try and destroy the tree itself.
Not necessarily the whole tree, but at least the parts of
Its
the roots
roots.
that are... If its only physical manifestation are these chains and the influence, perhaps it tried to make Keres do its bidding, but he fought back. So if he doesn't actually have a physical... Well, other than that chain and cloud manifestation, if it can't physically remove the circlet, then perhaps we have longer than we think. Perhaps.
So what's your suggestion, Denala?
I mean, I would much prefer a manifestation of this entity to not be murdering all of our dryads. Perhaps if we can be rid of that, then its influence here would cease.
Denali, does the tree have a teleportation circle?
It does. It's rarely used. Mostly because the...
teleport?
It's not for any of us, it's for somebody else who...
An ally?
Yes.
You can invite them here.
If I can tell her the runes on it, and then she might be able to teleport here with it.
It's worth a try.
+1.
If we're going to go down there and face whatever creatures are still left down there, Chained Expanse and possessed or whatever, we're going to need as much help as we can get. Because I have no doubts in my faith and our strength. However, we have to be realistic about this. We're only 4.
I'm aware.
Any fight in the temple I'll be part of.
Then we're 5.
Maybe 7.
7?
I'm going to call upon my sisters. One's a very powerful sorcerer, one's a very powerful fighter. If anything, they'll help defend the tree.
But Virgo, don't you think that Looktorpian should at least have one of them, just in case?
They've got Jin's brother.
Well, yes,
Powerless
but Jin's
wizard.
brother still has, as far as we know, not regained his ability.
But he's
The
now
wizard
the
without
guild.
his mojo.
He's now the guild master of the city. Remember?
Well, yes, and he's probably a talented swordsman too. But I
Name one other
Do
powerful
you-
wizard we know.
Jim Dolph. He visited a week past. He's a powerful wizard.
Who? Sorry?
Jim Dolph. He comes through now and then.
Jim
I mean,
Gray.
there's also
smoky grey.
there's also the Tri-Peaks
Who are they?
all the way in Want. They came to help once before.
As you say, Want Vetter kind of lifts his head. Ah,
Yeah.
Want. Sorry, woo. What were we?
Looks at Vetter. Do you know anyone from the Tri-Peaks?
We kind of kept ourselves to our mountain, and they kept themselves to their tower. I could probably reach out, see if anyone. I could try. Gives me something else to do.
Sure. You know, maybe they'll
the
be willing to send someone to help
Can I-
in whatever
more-
or capacity, I suppose.
Mr. Pidge.
Yes.
During the Scry, and you
Yes.
went around the wonderful map, by the way. How did it look from a fighting perspective? Because it looked very singular file.
Yeah.
And then the
So
odd
there's
boom.
there's tunnely bits. I'll give you another look based on memory. So yeah, it's very. So there's a couple of like open chambers, but then it's
But they're not
quite
massive,
it's
are
quite tunnely, and then like. So there's not like huge amounts of space.
So it's going to be tight.
If you were to take an army down there, you might be a bit.
Yeah, I'm just thinking single file cannon fodder. There goes your sister.
You got enough pilgrims?
Wait, here's a few. Let's get them down all. Here's a canary. It's dead. Don't worry about it. Just keep going. Why is this canary holding its breath? Okay. I'll just highlight that from the Scry. It looked quite close quarters. So I just think the more people we send down there, it might. I don't know if that'll be easier targets for whatever's down there, or we're hindering ourselves, or I don't disagree. The more the merrier, especially if they're powerful fighters and wizards. Are they more powerful than you?
Spellcasters down there to
Yes.
be effective.
So why don't you go back to the city and send them here? And that way
I
the
mean,
city's still protected. And
Because
As much
we're
as
in
I'd
this
love-
together and we don't separate.
I would say, as much as I would love the idea, I can't disregard from my duty to Avia, and that's protecting
a wipe
everyone's
a
life.
tear from you.
Oh, so beautiful.
Life bother.
But-
Wipe a tear from my eye. I don't know where else I'd wipe it from. Wipe a tear from your ear.
But if, fair enough, it might be tight quarters, then if we was to fail, they'd still then be able to defend the rest of the tree.
We are spending I mean, forgive me, there's no rush at all. We are making a lot of deliberation. But unless we can actually get in, we won't be taking anyone, never mind an army or a few.
Considering physical violence worked, I have a very extreme suggestion. Do you have any red power laying around?
I
do
not.
We'll blow the chains up.
But again, my sister is, like I say, a powerful wizard. She may be able to see something we haven't with the chains and might be able to get rid of them.
Do you think if someone was greatly stronger when they hit the chain?
We are not using it as a...
I mean, we were all there. I don't think it's necessarily a matter of strength. Whilst the blow left a mark on the chain, it wasn't a indentation or a cut that would allude to being able to chop through war of attrition. How long it would actually take.
Long time.
Can the orders of the paladins here multi-dispel like Zephyra showed? She nearly broke it. Maybe if just all the paladins dispel together.
Just bombard it with a full-on...
If they've prayed for it that morning.
Same time.
That would give us the afternoon off, so we could at least wait until tomorrow when we think about it. I need to double check. Do paladins prepare spells? Or is that's clerics, isn't it?
No, they do also prepare spells.
Yeah.
After
Druids,
each long rest.
Paladins,
right. But you have to know the spells and then...
You know the spell, but you have to prepare them. You can only have a certain amount for the day until you take another long rest, and then you can change them.
Exactly. You might know 100 spells, but you can only go through 10. So technically, they could sleep on it.
I know now.
Yeah.
Happy to try.
I know Kung Fu.
Came to me in a dream.
Azora.
Yes.
You said you had this connection to this entity.
Run through it.
Yes.
I don't mean to bring up bad memories. I know you're clearly troubled by it. Apart from its want for souls, what kind of entity is it? You know, there are creatures of various castes and colours and faiths and...
When I was a prisoner in its realm, the only inkling I ever got of any kind of creature or entity physical that I can remember was I could hear like the skittering of multi-legged, almost insects, but I couldn't determine size or how many. It was at times I could hear one, at times I could hear many, and then I could almost feel them
like a spider
on my skin. Maybe, yes.
With a half dark elf body.
Dried
No, unfortunately not.
The dev driders.
Fucking everywhere.
Do you think I'd have come back if it were? No.
Yeah. I am a drider.
So it held you prisoner. Did it?
Yes.
Did it want anything? Did it take anything? Did it do anything?
the the prison as it has, it briefly showed me that they are the souls, the physical manifestation, the people it has prisoner, they are all chained, hanging in a vast void, almost, and it keeps you there. Oh, it's almost as though time, you don't know if it's passing slowly or fast. And it just leaves you there, occasionally coming into your head, mocking, toying with you, until you either go insane or die.
Does it torture you? Does it relish
No.
pain? And she kind of looks at her hand.
No pain, no torture. Just left to hang there with just your own thoughts, unable to see anything in the dark. And you can hear, sometimes at distance, sometimes at close, sometimes in your own head, the skittering of its legs and the I don't even know how long I was there. It felt like, I don't know if it was days, weeks. Only my friends know exactly how long I was there.
Days.
In relation to our time.
And
okay.
I wish I could give you more. But it's something I've tried to forget.
Absolutely. Well, I fear I've sprung this on everybody before you all worry about it too much. At least for now, I don't see anything changing, whilst time probably is of the essence. If we've got to at least wait until tomorrow before we can try to group dispel. Do we want to reconvene this evening or in the morning or...
Would you show me where the teleportation circle is, please?
Yes.
Because I'm going to get in contact with my sister.
Okay.
Might be worth Jin you doing that with Darius as well.
There's nothing Darius can offer. But what I will do is tell them to prepare for a long winter. That's the least I can do.
Right.
Try and recollect more to see if there's any more I can help.
If anyone wants any company, I'm happy to sit and talk, and if you need...
Charisma 20 right there.
Absolutely, Scaff. Of course. You must have your reasons for coming to the tree, unless it was your task at hand. She kind of looks towards the back of the temple, towards the hole. But if we are to at least wait until tomorrow morning, then we can go about our day's tasks. But I will show Scaff the circle and maybe we can come up with more ideas as the day progresses.
Do you know where Soraya has gone?
I was with you. I can.
Did you say anything?
She's probably doing a small patrol or enjoying the weather. I don't know. Maybe she's having a bath. And then she kind of rolls her eyes. Ooh, I might go into the baths if we're to have trouble ahead. Anyway, Scath, I will show you to the circle.
Thank you.
Garvan. Do you have any ideas, plans, needs for the rest of the day?
I will check in on Kerez and the others. I'll make sure the flock are okay. I'll be available if any of our new friends wish to converse. I may try. It's been a long time, but I may try and commune with the Life Mother. I know it's not always clear answers, but I'd like some questions answered myself just to settle me before meeting Scath's powerful wizard sister of Doom.
Okay.
Doom.
She starts to walk towards the front exit. Again, you kind of can't help but look as the light cascades in through the front, seeing how all the marble and stone seems to merge with the tree around it. You walk back outside into the fresh air, and she leads you round to the left as you're looking out of the tree. To the right is where the baths were, and the almost natural hot spring baths. And she leads you round to the left where there's a almost natural alcove. It's kind of where some of the bark has jutted out. Not quite root, but where the wood meets the stone. And within there is a clearly rarely used. It's not much like the rest of the temple. It's well kept to a degree, but there's leaves and, sort of small elements of dust. And in the centre of this misshapen natural room, there is a teleportation circle.
Thank you.
I'm not hugely familiar with the arcane, and as you can probably tell, well, most of our visitors tend to be pilgrims who come on foot or by cart. But of course we had a circle put here, if needed.
No, I do appreciate it. I'll see if she can get here as quick as she can. Like I say, she's spent many years studying the arcane and has vast knowledges on different subjects, so she might be able to assist.
How do you propose to get the runic structure to her?
I will.
You look at the circle and there's a number of runes, and without making you, roll Arcana.
18.
18. Your sister's probably mentioned it at least. These things take study. To form a teleportation circle, you have to cast the same circle in the same location every day for a year to form the circle. It's not as if you can just get on a sending stone and say 3, 7, 9, 12, It's a lot more complicated than just a combination. Nothing's impossible. I'm not trying to put you off, but just be aware it's probably harder than just trying to read out or explain some runes, especially since you've only got a sending stone. It's not as if you can get her on FaceTime and show her. But, yeah. Well, I will be either in the temple or, and she looks over, in the hot springs, so if you need me, someone will be able to attend.
I'll probably go to the temple in a while.
Absolutely. She places her hand on your shoulder and you feel a soothing warmth. She casts guidance on you.
Mm.
I'm here if you need me. She smiles and walks away.
Thank you, Denal. Thank you.
What's everybody doing then?
Probably just sat down somewhere and just staring into the void, like.
Bruh.
I think I'm gonna go have a think, but I'm also gonna go have a bath.
I'd join you, but I don't think they'd be appreciative of. Actually, I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. I will join you in the bath. I need warm water.
Come on then, I'll show you where they are.
Yeah.
That's you two head out the front of the tree to the front right. It's like a large area. You know, like a 10,000 square foot. It's like a large area of like natural formed hot spring. They're called baths, but they're ultimately just large pools that are somehow heated from below. Some are the water's slightly clearer, closer to the tree, and further back it gets a little more hazy. And you can see as you head out there, there's a couple of people in the further back section of it. And it seems to be it's a bit thicker because it's a bit more of a mud kind of section. And you see some like pilgrims just lathering themselves up and face masking and just
it's like a spa.
Yeah, basically just mudding up in the baths. And you see at the front, Denala is kind of stripped down to her delicates in the avia pale yellows. And again, she starts to take a few steps down. There's a couple of like attendants there that have got like simple linen towels and things just to. I mean, it's warm enough, you know. It's like being on holiday. You dry off just by sitting around. But there's people to offer like linens and stuff. And you see in the almost the mid section between the mud and the clearer pools, you see Soraya is starfished, just kind of floating.
Yeah, that's Soraya.
You can't say that. Why is that?
Yeah, that's Soraya. That's the Soraya I remember. So, looks at Jin. You think muddy or not so much?
Not so much.
Alright. Into the clear water we go.
Is there like a waterfall kind of structure in this like field as well?
So as you look at the waterfall, there is a small to medium-sized waterfall that goes off the back. It's, I think you kind of noticed it, you took note of it as you came in. It's weird that normally you'd have waterfalls going in to fill these kind of pools, but it's kind of unclear what the source of the water is for the pools, but off the back of the rocks. If I just real quick, I'm not sure if AD saw it. So the large, so that's the great tree. So Scath's kind of just come out to this side here. Under it, under this gubbins is where the teleportation circle is. Into the front is where the big temple is. And then over this side on these areas is where the pools are. And then off the back of the rock here is where the water start like kind of cascades. It's like a small to medium-sized waterfall.
Okay.
And then down in the larger areas, there's like camps of like groups of followers and pilgrims, and it's just like a massive open season campsite. Travellers and merchants and pilgrims and LARPers, yeah. It's like a massive LARP. The bell tents everywhere.
Yeah.
Fucking LARPers.
I'll just sort of. I think I'll do a cleansing ritual. Too
Okay.
much has happened, and I need to connect with myself again, I guess, is the word I'd use.
Okay. I won't be far.
Too much has happened. So I've not done this yet, because I've not had either the opportunity nor the in-game time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But Jim, for the first time in a very long time, pulls out his the
Stuff.
the calligraphy set, some incense, and normally it would just be one elvish character he writes down, but in this instance he'll write down several. First one is mindfulness. He puts it aside. Guidance. He puts it aside. Rage. I'll put it to the right instead of to the left. Disappointment. And he puts it to the right. Forgiveness. And he puts it to the left. And we'll start burning the right pile first. And that's a go to the wind. Then the left pile. Then he strips down to his essentials, unsheaths the blade, and he goes and sits underneath the waterfall, letting his mind, due to the roar of nature crashing upon him, come back to grasp with reality. And with the sheer size of the task that is ahead of them. Hoping to recall training, philosophies taught by his teacher, his master, rather than his father, but not neglecting all of the things that his father taught him. And that, to quote something else that some of people like here a lot, perhaps in this instance, ruthlessness will be the mercy that people seek, rather than kind and delicate touch. And he'll stay there for as long as his body allows him to be under this waterfall.
Yeah, give me a Constitution saving throw as the waters crash down upon you.
That is a 19 plus the 10, right?
Yeah.
So that's a 29.
29, okay. Give me a Wisdom saving throw.
fantastic, I think. Maybe not. 22.
And give me a strength saving throw.
No, 29.
29.
That plus 10 is insane.
Great tree for you. You sit and you concentrate, and the roar of the water as it batters down upon you acts as that cleansing, reaffirming push that you need. It's physical, it's oppressive, but you, through the strength of your mind and your body, you sit and allow it to just beat upon you. And the sound of the beating water becomes a rhythm that helps to settle your mind a bit. You focus on that ritual and those words that you've burnt. These words have meanings, both positive and negative. You sit there for a good hour, should you wish. Just letting that rhythm beat down upon you and hold yourself against it. You gain 10 temporary hit points, which will last into your next long rest as well. They normally reset it, whatever. So you've got those 10 temporary hit points from now until, got your next long rest. Zeph, you left as Jin, you watch him do his ritual and he disappears under the waterfall.
I'm just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
Trying to clear my head, watching Soraya, waiting for the moment she's able to talk again because her ears are currently underwater.
Kind of floating around, but she's present. Like she's like, you see the occasional person, like she'll float near people. Afternoon. She kind of just floats around.
Drifts by.
Just floats by. And then she kind of ducks her head under and squeezes her thick hair. And she sees you. Well. She waves her two fingers like the forked tongue.
I'll do the same.
Everyone seems very tense.
Yes.
I'm trying not to, trying not to let it get to me too much. But it is nice to see you again.
She starts rubbing her temples. Oh my.
It's likely to be difficult, whatever we do next, but we'll do it.
Do you want to be filled in on what we learned today, or are you going to leave that to Nala and Vetter to do?
If you want, but I'm sure Denala likes to keep everybody up to speed, and if, Vetter was involved, no doubt he'll want the conversation.
Right, I'll leave it to him then, so he has something else to do. I kind of gave him a task of reaching out to the Tri-Peaks to see if he can get anyone to help. With whatever comes next.
I've not heard those words in a number of years. The Tri-Peaks. Wizards locked away in their towers.
Hmm.
I like to keep my
Apparently
feet,
so.
well, I'd say on the ground, but, usually when I'm not bathing.
You look comfortable floating around like that.
Yeah, I like to say that it helps me attune to Kerecekian, but I'll be honest, I've always liked floating. I don't get often chance to do it.
Yeah. It's nice to feel weightless once in a while.
Precisely.
Especially if you're always carrying armor or something heavy. Oh. And kind of flexes your shoulders a little bit.
One of the benefits of being a resident paladin, I suppose. We don't often have to don the full attire, but maybe soon.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen it. Curious to see what it looks like.
Maybe I'll show you. There's not much orange on yours.
No, it was a gift. He is more of a silver type. I don't think he likes gold very much. It doesn't go with his hair.
Well, it's a glorious gift, whoever it was, so... It's very shiny.
It is. And you know what the best thing is? It always stays that shiny. Never gets dirty.
She reaches down, disappears under the water briefly, and comes back up. She's got like a handful of sand and mud. She dashes it towards your armor. Just
It looks as if
slides off. Interesting properties. Usually like the chopped battle scars of... But I suppose it's nice to stay a beacon.
well, I wouldn't mind them either. Just Marakai, he wasn't really the type to get himself messy.
Reasonable. She dips down again, pulls out another handful of stuff, just rubs it on her face. Well, I'm here if you need. Do you need?
Maybe you can tell me a bit about what's happened since I've last been here. What, like 5-something years ago?
Absolutely. She starts to we'll come back. She starts to talk about Kerecekian and the tree. Garvan?
The Garvan?
Yeah.
Yeah. What, as in, what?
Sorry, what are you up to?
All right. I'm going to commune, so I'll be back in my quarters, I suppose I have it here if I live here. I'll strip the heavy ass splint mail and pauldrons and all that good stuff. I'll be down in the lithe mother tunic, is what we call it round here. A mother keenie.
Mother Keene.
Mother Keene.
And I'm just going to sit on my bed. I'm not going to go through any normal prayers or anything. The day's been a little bit different. 4 massive lunatics turned up with cosmic powers, and I'm going to ritually cast commune.
Okay.
There's 3 questions, yes or no answers. If it can't be answered with a yes or no, it's down to you to do whatever you want.
Okay.
Fireball. Divine fireball.
Yeah. Stop Stop asking stupid questions.
It's a little bit out of routine to not do the ceremonies and the prayers and such, but it's just a bit of brain fog going on for Garvan at the minute. 3 questions. Does the Chained Expanse have the amulet? Can these 4 get us through the chains in the roots? Can they break the barrier? Am I allowed to leave the tree to protect them in the coming times?
Have you written them down?
No. Do you want me to?
Okay, no, it's all right. So the first one, does the Chained Expanse have the amulet?
Yeah, but that's me based on assumptions. I'm just trying to clarify.
You sit and you settle, and even without the ceremony, you know that your connection to Avia is strong, especially at the Great Tree. Everything's divine, birthed.
Established.
Clear answers are often hard to get, especially when communing with the gods. But the power of commune has that ability. Straight away, in answer to your first question, does the Chained Expanse have the amulet? No. A clear no. A wave of warmth, affirming energy comes across you. You know with confidence. No.
Remember the second one?
Can these 4 get us through?
Do these 4 can they get us through the chain gate thing, wall, triangle of 3Dness?
Now, how to word this?
Not with them rolls.
Whilst you got a clear and concise no, the second response is it feels like a yes, but based on the wording of the question, as you know, wording is important, it's not like a definite yes, but there is a yes there.
An element of confidence.
Yeah.
But...
yeah. But you know, having your understanding of this communion, you'd know that rather than say it's not a maybe, it's not an I'm not sure, and it's not a no, there's a yes there, but it's not like...
So it's not cemented.
Yeah, it's... Yeah. You probably attribute that to... You asked, can these 4 get through? Yeah, and your third question, can you leave? There's almost a playful nature to the feeling you get from this third question. Almost jokey in... Say again.
It was specifically these 4. I'm leaving for these 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you can. You're fired.
Yeah. The answer is a yes, but give me an insight with advantage.
Come on. Can't do dice. I can't do dice. With advantage, I'll take the 19.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah.
As much as it's yes and no answers, you also get these feelings. It's not just yes, maybe. You feel the answers. There's like a almost playfulness to it, in that you get a yes, you can leave to help protect these 4, but there's like almost like a jokey don't leave me, as if you were like, oh, I'm going, you're like, oh, like a, you know what I mean, like a, do you have to leave? Are you sure you want to leave? But yes, you can.
Noted. Then I'll jump in bed and lay there like an absolute plank. No moving, just rigid as.
Your back must be in great shape.
Posture.
Even spirit levels don't like it.
Cool. So Garvan goes for a rest in his room. Answers to his questions.
Unless someone knocks on my door.
Yeah. Azura.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to that. I'm gonna try and see what I can remember, and can you just watch over me? And if anything seems that may be wrong, just
knock you out.
Try to snap me out of it. Yeah.
Aye, lad, I can do more than that. There's a reason Denala came to me for the Scry. She might joke that I've got fuck all to do, which is kind of true. But I am the Watcher. So I will watch over you, lad. Perhaps I can help. He puts his hands on your shoulder and gives you a squeeze. He casts Enhance Ability.
He's standing on a box, a big box.
Well,
is he doing uppies? Uppies?
I'm 7 foot and he's 4 foot.
He's stood on his throne.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. When I go and try and
if you're gonna be, I take it you're trying to recall, so it'll be history. So we'd enhance you. It'd be intelligence. Yeah. I don't know what the special name is. It's not like Cat's Grace or Eagle's Splendor. It's whatever the intelligence one is.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and find, just sit quiet, cross-legged, just close my eyes and just open my mind to anything that I can remember out of every encounter while I was there in the Chained Expanse. Anything that was said, anything that was, any interaction, just to recollect anything that could be helpful.
Okay. Just double checking. I think Enhance Ability gives you advantage on the roll. Target has advantage on... Yeah. I
think it used to be pluses back in there, didn't it?
Yeah, there is plus to it. Trying to find the... Fox's Cunning.
Yeah, Fox's is the intelligence.
Just gives you intelligence. Yeah. So, trying to reflect. Give me a history check. With advantage because of your Fox's Cunning. Now, before you roll, I will give you an option, as I like to do. Would you like a harder DC or disadvantage, which should make it a flat roll?
I don't have a bonus to history, so I will take the advantage. So I will take it harder DC.
Harder DC with advantage. Okay.
Come on. 15.
And you're trying to remember anything to do with the Chained Expanse stuff?
Yes. Anything that might prove useful in helping.
You sit and you reflect, and you can almost feel Vetta's icy blue eyes piercing you under the watch. You reflect back to that day under the pavilion after the debate. The smiling, smarmy face of Ulysses as he produced the cards, offering you a choice, which most of you fucked. But you were teleported, transported, wreathed in chain and ripped from the plane, and taken to the Chained Expanse, where you spent time alone, in darkness, lost. Give me a wisdom saving throw. You don't get your +10 on this.
What's a 10?
10. Take 10 points of psychic damage.
Oh.
You feel the skittering as you try to remember. You almost physically feel like thousands of insectile footprints jab into your brain. It stings. You remember loosely words of torment that it was happy that you were lost, you were trapped. Give me a intelligence save. Without your 10.
14.
14. Take 5 points of psychic damage. As the darkness seems to cloud your mind, you're reaching out to a memory that it's hard. As you try to reflect, your mind keeps snapping back to the moment that you almost died, as you were almost split in twain during the ritual performed by Zivaroon. That pain comes back to you. You take another 15 points of psychic damage as the memory manifests into physical ache in your brain. You concentrate and you shake through it. You've felt worse pain than this. You nearly died. Give me a charisma save without your 10.
18.
18. You sit and you reflect and you can feel your brain almost being squeezed, like you're just trying to remember something. But why are you going through this torment? You hear a word in the back of your mind. Stop it. You cannot stop me. You kind of shake it out. You take another 5 points of psychic damage. And then an image comes to your mind. The image as you look down at your arm and you see those faded tattoo manifestations of the chain that were on your arm when you were given that task. And you watch as they fade down your arm. And you look at your hand and you see that almost spectral chain link trying to breach through your palm. And you look at your hand and you focus on that image. Your hand. And then the images cease. And you blink your eyes and you wake up and you see Veta is crouched over you. He's kind of a little rougher than necessary, patting you on the cheek. Wake up, lad! Wake up, lad! Get up! Oh, gods, you're alive. You started spasming something rotten, nearly knocked over me pews. You alright, lad? He said watch you while you had a think.
Yeah, I think I might have connected a bit too much.
Well, as long as you're all right, you didn't bang yourself at all, did you?
But I feel a bit rough.
Kind of just gives you a bit of a sarcastic rub on the top of your head. He gives you 15 points of paladin juice. Lay on hands. As you sit reeling, thoughts in your mind, clear or unclear as they might be, that's where we will end tonight's session.
So, as I'm doing that and sitting down and he's doing the lay on hands, I'll just open my hand and look at it.
Still just that, though there is a little half chain as it was when you were below before.
Turn my hand over and then just clench my fist.
Yeah, okay. That's where we will end. Well done, everybody. Welcome our guest along. Garvan the lad.
Thanks for having us.
Orky boy.
Hello.
We will see what, if anything, develops next week.
I'm just guided bolting the fucker next. Let me some block on the side, boom.
Right.
Let me in.
Let me out.
Thanks everyone for watching. Just to reference again that scry that I kind of described through, you saw the journey. That was a bit of a quick retelling of the one shot that we did. So if you want to watch the actual events of that, that is on the YouTube as well. youtube.com/@Terrafae. If you want the full action from the scry, Valley the Conquest Paladin. But until next time, have a good week, and we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.